Hey guys, I'm Stitch Kitten, and today, I look like I have pink eye. I don't, I swear. I have a cat hair or something stuck in my eye, and I've been fucking with it. My bad. Uh, excuse me. That was why we took so long to start up today instead of any actual reason. Uh, it's because I look like I don't know, somebody with two eyes that are different. But oh yeah. No, it's only that red because I'm messing with it. I just need to stop messing with it. Sorry that you guys have to stare at it though. Uh I will quit frickin' with it, hopefully. There is cat hair literally all over my house. So, my cats are adorable. Downside to them being so fluffy is every once in a while I will get cute little white cat hair in my eyeball and I can't see it to get it out. So then I just screw with it forever. Ooh, sorry, it does look nasty. Maybe here, maybe I'll stand up for just a second and I'll go see. I think I'm out of eye drops, but I think there might be some stashed in my cupboard. So I'll be right back. Just 1 second. Okay. I have no idea. But hi everybody. I'm Stitch Kitten, and now we'll get started for real, cause I swear I can stop messing with my eye. Oh, stop messing with your eye ADHD challenge level impossible. I just keep screwing with it. Sorry. I will stop. uh right now. Willpower. Today, what we are gonna do and what I had planned to do was to draw some more cats for our cute little space cowboy cat universe. And uh I don't know if you guys realized this, because I didn't realize this, and this is crazy, because I have been. I think I literally said something about it. But we finished this whole sketchbook last week, guys. It's all done. It's completely done. We did the little space cats on the very last page, and that was the last page, and I didn't even notice. What in the heck? Thank you. Thank you. I also think it's super impressive because finishing sketchbooks is not a thing I am typically good at. And you guys have certainly helped keep me focused, so thank you so much for letting me steal your motivation. And here we can take a gander at the very last page one last time. It was all these lovely little space cats from last time. They're so stinking cute. But yep, no, this was the last one, and I noticed because I went to go flip the page, and there were no more. There's no more pages. This is the last one. All this stuff is just paper in the back. What in the heck? So, we have yet another finished sketchbook this year, guys. I think that is two whole sketchbooks we finished. That's crazy. Three if you count the little crummy one that I made myself, which I kind of do, but also, yeah. Actually, did I even show this to you guys? I don't know if I even showed you this, guys. Okay, so I have, uh, I think I showed it to you one time, but I have upgraded it since then. So I made a little sketchbook. Uh, hi. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just showing off a little bit because we finished our sketchbook last week. I didn't even realize. That's crazy. So I'm showing off a little bit. But also, this I made, and it is made out of a Capri Sun box and paper, and is just a cute little sketchbook. Um, and what I did was I cut a Capri Sun box so that it had this part where it has like the different flavors of juice just because I thought the juice with the hat was like super cute. Um, and then I covered the whole thing in like Mod Podge, basically like paper and glue and like like a sketchbook thing basically, or sorry, a scrapbook thing. Um, just like extra glue on top, and then on the inside here I do actually have all these pages bound in here because what I did was I glued them like all up against this binding here, and then I stuck on the outside I stuck a sheet of paper just to like stick all of the outer pages to, like how they have big thick inserts on the edges of books. So that was really cool. Uh and then I also just like I think I binder clipped this to make the binding look so pressed when it was flat, finished, finalized. Uh finalized is what I was gonna say because I tried to say both those words at the same time. Um and then I just covered the whole outside in scotch tape, which is what these lines are, just because I didn't like the texturing on the outside. I have a touch of autism. I didn't want to touch it with all the texture on the outside. It was weird for me. And then also, I didn't want all of the Mod Podge stuff to like come up over time, so yeah, thanks. I also thought it looked really cool. The lines aren't quite so obvious when it's not on the camera, but they're glaring a little bit so you can see them really well. Um but it is super cute. But I finished this one too. It's all done. The heck. And then I think I finished one more, but I don't remember which one it was. It's on my bookshelf. One of those things. Um Shoot. I touched my eye again. I noticed. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna stop touching it. Ah. I I love my cats. They're so cute. How do they get cat hair everywhere though? It's just they're so fluffy. How are my cats are so stinking fluffy, guys. It's crazy. This is not a joke. I went to eat some little macaron cookies yesterday, like little biscuits with the cream in the middle, and oh no, it's really fine. It looks way worse than it is. I've just been screwing with it. I'm sorry that it looks bad. I don't have any eye drops left. I did put water in it already. We're fine. I just keep noticing it on camera, and so I'm like I said, ADHD challenge level impossible. I'm just trying not to screw with it. Anyway, um but yeah, they're so fluffy, and I was eating one of those little cookies yesterday, and I between the time that it took me to put the cookie on a paper towel and carry it off to eat at my desk, uh it got one of my cat's hairs like in the cream, and I ended up pulling it out of my mouth. It's just everywhere. Their hair is actually everywhere, and I don't know how. It's crazy. I have brushes and lint rollers, and I clean things, and there's still hair everywhere. It's crazy. They're so fluffy. They're so thick and fluffy. They're so fluffy. I wanna die. uh, but I love them. I love them. They're so stinking cute. Um, but yeah, that's crazy. We finished so many sketchbooks, guys. I cannot believe we've done so much art this year, and that's not even counting all the art I did on my iPad, which I don't know if you guys have been looking at the sketch dailies, which if you're not, that's fine. I'm a little bit behind right now anyway, but if you have, you might have noticed I plugged in my iPad. I don't know when the last time that thing has been charged was, but I plugged it in and I drew Monopoly Man and also Miku hiding in a Fortnite bunker. That was pretty fun. Uh so not even counting all of the iPad art, we've done so much cool stuff this year. Or last year, I guess. It's New Year now. I time is silly. Anyway, I don't I don't know why I'm sticking my tongue out at you guys. It's at the concept of time or something. I still have this freaking frog in my throat. I am keeping it as a pet. I don't know. I'm not trying to. Maybe if it warms up a little bit here, I can get rid of it. Send it back out in the wild or something. Excuse me while I scratch my ear like a goblin. We're going to do Space Cats today. That was what I had planned anyway. And that was how I did the intro. So let's actually pull up that little cute random generator that we used last time. Unless you guys have suggestions, I'm always willing to take those. But excuse me. Flying to Mars. So true though. I Here, you know what? We will do that one, and I will tell a cute story about how I was a tech bro once. Cause I don't know if you guys know this about me, but uh me when I tell you guys that I have a degree in computer stuff, I'm downplaying that a little bit. I paid for a big bachelor's degree all by myself, which is really hard here in the US, and it's in game design and development, and uh I had I did have two minors before all of the virus nonsense because online school is less sustainable. But also, well, because my second minor was going to be in Japanese language, and language classes online are terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Hated that. Uh, but then I also do have more computers as my second minor, and I went and did a little internship with like Microsoft or whatever. So, I am pretty good at computers. I used to be a big old tech bro. I used to really, really like Elon Musk. Like, I was one of those people that wanted a Tesla when Teslas were like new and cool, and I I for real probably told people that Elon Musk was going to take us to Mars in like a decade ago or something. Uh but also then he actually tried to deliver on any of his promises and continued to fail, and now I don't like him. So, but yeah, once upon a time, guys, I was in college, and I was in college for computers, and I really liked computers, and Elon Musk is really good at like presenting things. And before people knew that like he didn't actually really do much with SpaceX, and that he kind of was full of nonsense. Um, like those presentations seemed really impressive, and like maybe he really was gonna take us to Mars by 2050, and like maybe, you know, uh like we could have some cute little testing rockets going off this year, and all of that nonsense. Um and then he just kept missing all of his projected markers, and then he was like, well, actually, we're not doing that anymore. Oh gosh, that's so terrible. Yeah. Uh I I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say nothing on that, cuz here in the USA, unfortunately, he owns a lot of internet revenue stuff, and uh I have to work here. So, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say on that, but also, yeah, it's just I could say it's not cool, and that's, I think, generally agreeable, because it's not. Yeah. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I actually can't believe that he did that, and that people are trying to like play it off like it's not a thing. I have seen people try. I can say something that's tangentially related, and that's that I have seen people try to play it off like it's uh like a tick or something, like he's on the spectrum. And as a person on the spectrum, if I go and like say a slur at a person of color, like I still gotta take responsibility for that. It doesn't matter if I'm like very autistic. It's not cool anyway. Like, I have straight up accidentally punched people. This is not a joke. I have, because of like anxiety, spaz nonsense, straight up punched people on accident. And yeah, it was freaking bad. It wasn't good. It was not good. But also, I had to be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like, that was totally my fault. I did that. That was a thing that I did. You can't just say, well, because I'm on the spectrum, I like didn't punch you. Like, that's not how it works. It's not. And I personally really hope that unless I was spending time around somebody else that said slurs, there is pretty much no way for me to develop any kind. Because the way that tics and things typically work is they're expressions of like energetic things that you observe, right? So if you uh hear people in your games saying slurs, right? That is a good way to develop slur tics, right? Or if you see people punching people on TV, right? That's a good way to accidentally punch people. Uh However, that very specific thing seems to be something that would be hard to be exposed to um unless you were in some very specific circles. And so I think the fact that anyone would even try to play it off as a tick is a little disingenuous to what ticks actually are, because it's not just people with Tourette's yelling curse words. Like, that's not typically how ticks work. Usually it still has to be stuff that you are exposed to. People aren't typically going to get ticks that are just saying gibberish nonsense or words that aren't words, right? Because that wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't be expressing anything. There would be no reason for your brain to latch on to it so heavily, right? So even even like implying, like, even say it was a tick, that still means it's like when people say, "Oh, I was drunk, so it doesn't matter," right? It's like, even if you were, somewhere in your brain, that is still behavior that you have set up pathways in your brain to do. Like, there is absolutely no way that that gets into your head for no reason. Like, yeah, anyway, I'll be done. I said I wasn't gonna say much and then I said too much, so, yeah, it's not cool. Don't don't use being on the spectrum as an excuse for your bad behavior. Take care of your shit, you know? Ah, that's yeah, it was really fucked up. I really didn't like that. I swear, I'm about to go listen to myself say the frickin' random generator I found last week because I cannot find it. Um, oh, ta-da! Okay, wait, I found it. Yo! And, um, I'm so good at streaming now. I set it up somehow so that is gonna show it to you guys still. That's crazy. Oh. And I know we're doing the Mars one first, but I just wanted to make sure that this was. I will still do the Mars one first, even though I have been talking some poop. Because I do still like tech and Mars and nonsense. Even if the us as big tech bros are kind of shitted it at the moment. Oh yeah, do you guys like this big cozy sweater? I like this big cozy sweater. It's so cute. And actually, probably one of the cheapest things I own somehow. I bought it on sale for like $5 freedom. It's like it's like less than soup. I know I say that. This one's not actually less than soup, but ah, sorry, it's cold. It's cold in my house. I'm getting all cozied up so that we can get the drawing started. And we have our new old sketchbook. One of these ones I dug out. Let's see. Uh, I'm just looking up reference stuff. Should we... what if we have... What if we have a Space Cat and, Space Cat and little Astro flying off on his rocket, and then we could just have, like, Mars in the distance. I think that sounds cute. Oh yeah, I didn't even show you guys. I have emoji nails. Ta-da! What you think? I did one of my thumbs upside down on accident, but I think this one's my favorite. Anyway, the Jinx polish was finally peeling after having worn it for like a month, so we had to redo them. I just figured I'd say something before you guys commented that I didn't show you because you're about to see my hands. But yeah, I have emoji nails. They're so cute, actually. Yeah, thank you. They look sharper than I meant them to. Um, yeah. They came out really good. I was a little worried um that I wasn't gonna do them all that well just because it has been a minute since I did real nail art stuff. But they came out pretty alright. I do wish I would have used a rounder brush because some of the smiles and stuff are kind of sharp. Or like this one, I think I just kind of messed up a little bit. It's a little bit funky looking, but generally pretty cute. I bought uh this yellow nail polish at the drugstore because they had some that was on sale there because it was old enough. It was separating on the shelf, so it didn't look nice for selling. But it was also not old enough that it didn't just recombine as soon as I shook it. And it was this really bright canary yellow that was normally gonna be like 10 times as much as I bought it for, like unironically 10 times. And I just was like, well, heck, I can find something to do with canary yellow. And then my roomie suggested emojis, and I was like, that's actually perfect. So now I have emoji nails. Yeah, it's called something goofy. It's called Exotic Birds Don't Tweet. And I keep trying to figure out what that's a goofy reference to. So if somebody knows what that's a goofy reference to, you should tell me, because that's my nail color. I just, I don't know, the closest thing I could think of was like Dead Man Tell No Tales or something, but like, Exotic Birds Don't Tweet? I don't know, that seems weird. Or it's, maybe it's a, like a Twitter joke or something. Because maybe it's like, oh, maybe it's Snapchat Yellow? Is that, maybe? Maybe it's like Snapchat Yellow, and so it's like Ghost. I don't know. That's way too many things. I feel like that is a long shot. But yeah, it's probably more pastel than this. You're probably right. It's probably more saturated, and it's probably a little less dark. Yeah. Oh well. I have no idea. It's goofy anyway, and it was cheap. Yeah, I still have a Twitter, but I don't really use it anymore. Uh oh, I should tell you guys, since the USA got banned off of Tiki Taki temporarily, and nobody knows what's gonna happen with that, I during the small amount of time that it was down, I deleted it from my phone, and technically I could get it back now, but I kind of love that it's deleted from my phone. I kind of hate that one. Sorry, guys. I know I'm old and silly, and everybody loves Tiki Taki, but I think maybe you're not gonna get more content from me on there. I think it's gonna stay deleted from my phone. So I will update my cute little card to reflect that, but also, oh, You know what though? You guys do keep following me on Instagram, and I didn't hate Instagram. I just also didn't get much engagement on there. So if you guys actually want to like see stuff from me on there, which I think maybe you have, because I certainly have seen a couple people from here on Instagram. Uh I may put some stuff up on there. No promises, because I hate making promises to you guys, because I'm bad at keeping promises when I make them. Because then it feels like I've queued stuff up for me to do. But it should be Stitch Kitten art exactly like it's spelled here, and it's in the card if it isn't. So, um, it's probably a much older profile picture because, again, I have not used it in a hot minute. But that one is still on my phone, officially, and I could put stuff on there. And I don't hate that one. Uh, my algorithm is tuned really well on there to be mostly, almost entirely art nonsense, so that is really nice for me. And I do like that you guys can, like, engage with me directly really easy on there. But also, I think Instagram's official like stance is that they have no reason to pay anybody who uses their platform ever, and I wasn't getting engagement on there. So at some point, I also got lots of like random bot hate comments on Instagram for no reason. So I ended up just not using that one after a while. However, it is a new day, a new year, and if you guys do keep following me on there, I probably will. Yeah, I probably will find some time to go and update all of that. Yeah, probably I I have all of my social media I think in the card, but I have some of them are inactive and I have them labeled as inactive or something. It's probably mostly updated up to this most recent TikTok change. So, if you guys want to go see what I have available, it's always there in my bio, I think. Should always be updated, my cute little link tree thing. Um but again, let me know always if anything is broken or not working. I will always go and fix anything that people say is broken because I like, having links that work. So if you just let me know that they're broken, I will fix them. Well, that's great. It's good to know. And also, who knows? Maybe the USA will get rebanned on TikTok in 90 days or whatever it is that we have to figure out what we're doing with that. So maybe if I did post on there, it would just go away again in 3 months anyway. So, like, I don't know. I I like YouTube Shorts, guys. And I know that that's a crazy wild opinion, but I do actually like YouTube Shorts, and I don't appreciate all of the bot nonsense on YouTube, but I kind of think that that is everywhere at this point. And I also do really like the real engagement. Yeah. I think the algorithm on there is way more insidious, which is why I don't like them as much, and I think it's probably uh is why I'm doing a kind of smirk and feeling a little bit guilty about promoting them, because I do think the algorithm is like way more attuned to forcing you to stay on the platform um and just watch shorts. I have lost so much time to YouTube shorts just because the algorithm is really good at getting you to stay and watch stuff. So, if you are going to use YouTube Shorts, I also recommend yeah, I recommend using appropriate uh moderation techniques, like set a timer. Don't sit there all afternoon and watch YouTube Shorts, do like 5 shorts and then reset or something. I don't know, yeah. Addiction is not cool. And dopamine addiction is real, guys. Don't just sit and watch YouTube shorts. It's real easy. Um but I that is the part where the that is the place where I really like posting my content though. Unfortunately, I do really like the little phone editor way better than I like the one on TikTok, and the one on TikTok has a lot more like features and stuff. But I also feel like if you, I don't know, I cannot imagine editing everything like in the actual app for videos. That sounds terrible to me. I that sounds like playing a video game to get your videos done. Like I don't want to do that. Like I have to hit quick save or my video can randomly crash and I can lose like a half hour work. I just don't want to do none of that. So I will typically not edit my videos in the actual video suite anyway, and then I will use the video suite to add like cute little sparkly effects if that's a thing, or like, you know, random text bubbles or a little bit of music, stuff like that, and not whole transitions and scene effects and things like that. And I know people do stuff like that on TikTok, but I I don't want to. If I'm gonna do something like that, I will just animate it on my computer or use video editing software or something else, because that sounds like a recipe for losing a lot of work, and I don't have I'm not emotionally prepared for that, like I can't I can't stand here and do a bunch of work, or sit here and do a bunch of work and then come back like in a half hour because I got up to use the restroom and got distracted or something, and have my phone tell me that the app is closed and my video didn't get saved. Like, ugh. I've heard too many horror stories of people just losing way too much work. Um, or all the people whose videos are like only on TikTok and they don't have backups. I heard so many people say that they tried to like download their entire video registry on TikTok like last minute. And that is crazy. Like if you have important stuff on a platform, I feel like you should definitely have backups of that. Like all my YouTube shorts, I have backups for cuz they get edited in my cute little video editor, and that means that they have to go through my cloud software and between me and my editor, and so there's a cloud save for the video. Like at the very least I lose some music and some cute little text bubbles. I don't want to lose the whole video. That's crazy. Like some people just So, I mean, I'm sure some people who have TikToks that are not related to politics or anything, uh, even like people who have like faking channels or something on TikTok, uh, probably ended up like waking up one day and noticing all their videos were gone. Like that's crazy. I couldn't. That would be way too much for me. I I need my backups. I want to work in my comfortable software, and TikTok makes that way weirder for me. Because they do have all those extra features on top. I feel like I'm supposed to be using them, and then I feel like I'm not doing as much work when I don't. And then they also have a lot of stuff that is really intended to send people to their cute little commission store now, and I hate that. Like, if I'm gonna promote stuff to you guys, I I'm not I don't mind people who promote stuff with like affiliate links or whatever. I don't think that's a problem. But like if I was gonna sit here and list out like every single thing in my video in my little description as like sending you to the YouTube store or something, unless they are giving me extra money to do that, like that I feel like that's just I don't know, it's not like it's greedy or anything. It's just I feel like it's overly focused on affiliate like commissions, and you honestly I feel like unless you get like a unless you get like a specific deal with a company and you also get a lot of sales, I feel like it's just not worth it to bother people with all of the links if you're gonna make like 50 cents, you know? Like, because probably you're gonna put people off more than you make any money. Anyway, I just don't think any of that's worth it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with doing all of it, but I don't want to. And TikTok has really been pushing all of that, so like they offered like all of their creators like $25 store credit or if you sell yada yada yada. It's like great. So if I sell a bunch of people some nonsense, I can go buy some nonsense that I didn't want in the first place. It's like cool. And then I probably still have to pay shipping or something. I can't imagine they just give you $25 for free anyway. Like, marketing is silly. Marketing is silly and makes me upset here in the US. Let's draw Mars. We've said they were going to Mars and there's no Mars here. I don't know how I'm gonna make sure that it looks like Mars in pencil, but we're gonna try. And again, I am a little numbers goblin. If the USA stays on TikTok and everybody decides that TikTok is really cool and you guys decide that TikTok is really cool and everybody starts going, "Why aren't you on TikTok?" Maybe I'll put it back on my phone. But also I don't like using it. So I think while it's up in the air at the very least, it will stay removed from my phone. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't I don't hate it. I just feel like it's just not for me, you know, like content I feel like a lot of the time gets sorted. It kind of self-sorts itself on platforms, you know. And I feel like TikTok, maybe I'm just old, guys. Maybe this is just me being old, but like, you know, I think it is just me being old, but TikTok is too young for me. I don't I enjoy having uh all my limbs and my brain cells and living my life now. So, you know, I don't wanna watch people tell me how very cool it is to drink bleach or the newest latest book about domestic abuse, but it's cute and uh all the other nonsense I see on TikTok. I don't know, TikTok, I don't know if I just was not as careful with my algorithm on there or if it's just harder to be careful with your algorithm on there, what the deal is, but my TikTok sends me some crazy nonsense and I don't like being on there. I like only followed art people. I like only watch art people. And then I will be on the For You page for like 3 videos and get like somebody like I don't know, so some like somebody pushing like trad wives or something. It's like I don't want this. Please go away. Yeah. I don't know. It's not my favorite piece of software either. I think it will stay removed from my phone for the very for the for the foreseeable future. Mm. And sorry if I seem a little goofy today, guys. Uh, I am taking new stomach pills and they make my brain pills work a little less good. So I may seem a little bit more tism than usual today. If you're picking up on that, that's what that is. I swear I'm not like drinking on camera or anything. um, well, coffee. Coffee. Uh, but hopefully, according to my stomach doctor, after this one, my stomach should stop bothering me. I don't know if I believe that because that's what they said last time too, but I'm sure they're gonna say that every single time they give me new meds, so hopefully. Who knows? Apparently my stomach thing is one of those things where it just works a little bit different for treating everybody, unfortunately. But also if I seem a little silly, it's because at the moment my meds are not interacting perfectly. Um at the request of my doctor though, so we're fine. I'm trying to think if we should add anything else to our Mars space cat, but I think he's looking pretty good. Especially sitting there behind Astro, he looks real cozy. Um, you know what though? Maybe just for funsies, because we did build this up. Excuse me, I burped from coffee. Um, I think I'm gonna outline it and just ink it, cause I have been looking for excuses to use my pens, cause they're just fun, and I'm gonna use you guys as an excuse. I love using you guys as excuses. I'm Just so you guys know, I'm using you as an excuse forever for everything. Cuz I'm not good at relaxing. I am so bad at setting aside time for myself that before I was doing this with you guys, I kind of had stopped drawing for like a while. Um Not because I don't like drawing, but just because I have very few opportunities and time to do very much, so why would I draw? That's like for me or whatever. Why would I do stuff that's like for me? I'm I'm not good at I'm not good at self-care, guys. It's not funny. I'm laughing, but it's actually really bad. Um However, I'm gonna use you guys as an excuse to do all sorts of fun stuff, like sit here and draw space cats and use my fun pens, and I think I have decided that my next stream is gonna be kind of impromptu at first. I don't think I will have a set day for you guys, so if you want to turn my follow notification thingy on, I know some of you don't have it on, and that's fine. But also, I probably will do some little impromptu stream thingies at some point. So if you want to know when those are happening, you should turn that on. And I am gonna play some Mad God probably on the impromptu one because I really like that game. I have been playing so much of that game. I have like 400 hours in that game already. It's actually crazy. Um, Hello. Uh, we're just lining these cats and talking about possible new streams. Since Twitch has been indicating there is a chance they would like to pay me, and that would be lovely. Uh, so we'll see. But I was thinking that it would be fun to come play some Mad God with you guys, just because I've been having a lot of fun playing Mad God, and I don't know if any of you craftsy guys are also into games, but hopefully you don't hate them because you tuned in for me to do the Mad God Cats at least. And I, yeah, I think probably I will do a little impromptu stream with the Mad God thing, and then when I figure out when is like kind of a good day for us and uh for you guys and for me to both be here, you know, um I will probably make one extra day of the week more of like an official craftsy stream something, and then I will still do some little impromptu gamer streams or something like that. Uh cuz that sounded like fun and like a really good way to uh force myself to not feel bad about taking some time to do stuff like play 400 hours of Mad God. I cannot believe I've actually played. Like, I started that game in like August. Uh I'm doing pretty good. Um like I said, playing lots of Mad God. That I think is actually like a new hyperfixation for me. I have I think logged into that game like every single day since I downloaded it except like 2 or something like that. And one of those was on accident. So, I think yeah, that's gotta be like actually a new hyperfixation for me or a special interest or something because I I really have been doing a lot in Mad God and hopefully that can rub off on you guys and be fun energy even if it's not all of the craft stuff. Um for some little impromptu streams. And yeah. Oh, and since we were talking about all my brand new stomach pills, I also wanted to tell you guys that those are at the moment doing me pretty good. I mean, like they make me feel gross when I take them because essentially it's like cuz I'm taking an antibiotic for my gut biotics. So I'm basically chemoing my stomach right now. Like that's the best analogy that I've got. I'm killing just enough that it has to all kind of reset, you know. Um so I feel gross right now, but hopefully a week from now I'm going to feel really awesome and that will be really great. And all of my anti-sads are still doing awesome. So that is certainly helping because I'm sure if I physically felt gross like this and also was still not doing better, that would be rough. Not that it hasn't been, but I'm sure it would continue to be rough. Uh, and also, yeah, I have been really appreciating that has been less nonsense to deal with. Um, super overwhelming still, but less so in a way that makes me want to jump in front of stuff. So that is really good. Would recommend. And yeah, no, that's actually been really great. I have been doing pretty good in general, which is kind of crazy for me. Uh, I kind of cleaned in here. I don't know if can you guys can tell there's less stack of nonsense behind me. Um, I have definitely been letting my office be outward expression for all of my inward sad. And it's been a big pile of nonsense in here, and not like my usual ADHD piles of nonsense, just kind of piles of nonsense. So it's been nice to feel like doing some of that. Um, and I'm hoping that keeps up. Uh, I did get like super overwhelmed this week just because I had so much stuff to do. Um, oh, you know what happened between last week and this week, guys, is some random maintenance guys showed up, uh, to make a lot of noise in my house. And now I have a floor. I don't know how many of you have even been here long enough to know that I didn't have a kitchen floor, but in case one of you guys thought that that had been dealt with at some point and I just forgot to mention it, no, I have not had a kitchen floor since like June of last year. Um, because June of last year, my roommate stepped through my kitchen floor because we had a water leak. Um, that completely destroyed the flooring in my kitchen, and it was not our fault. It was a different maintenance person's fault. So they had to pay to replace our floor for free. However, we had to get it taken care of. Like, they were just gonna pay for it because I mean they weren't flooring people that water leaked all over our floor. But they would pay for it, and then the contractor that was supposed to do it last fall just kind of ghosted us, I guess. I'm not the landlord, so I wasn't taking care of it officially, but yeah, no, that was crazy. They just straight up like ghosted us, didn't say nothing. Kept like kind of hinting that they were gonna come back and fix it, but like didn't. And that was in June. And yeah, no, this is actually like a huge hole too. Not like my roommate put his foot through the floor. Like it was bad. Um No, because it was an individual guy that my landlord had like found. It was like completely different than those guys. Those guys paid us off and like insurance claim or something. Um, and no, yeah, it's like some completely different handyman blew off my landlord because she's really good at picking them, I guess. And and then like this week, literally this week, a year later, she just like showed up in my kitchen one morning and had a handyman with her and was like, "Cool, they're gonna work on the floor." I was like, "Okay, I guess." And now I have a floor. It took them like 3 days. A year. I only had to wait a year. Um, but now I have a kitchen floor. Woo! It is actually crazy. I cannot believe uh I almost forgot to tell you guys cuz yeah, that has been a saga. I cannot believe that that has been as annoying as it has been. Uh it's actually crazy that it took that long to get that fixed cuz it was literally like a foot and a half sized hole just in the middle of my kitchen. And they did fix like the actual baseboard part of the hole, so it wasn't like we could stick our feet through the floor this whole time, but there wasn't flooring on top of it either. It was just baseboards with like a rug on it for like a year. It was crazy. uh so now I have a floor. Now I have a floor for real. uh yeah, yeah. If I I'm sure I'm sure Carla already did this. Sorry, my landlord. I'm doxing her a little bit. But I'm sure if my landlord already complained about him, but also if I knew what the little maintenance guy's name was, I would give him plenty of bad press too. I would dox him and tell everybody not to use him. But I don't actually know who it was. It was just some individual contractor that blew her off, I think. Uh, so I don't know his name to give him bad press, but who knows? Who knows what was up with that? Well, maybe it was like it, maybe he would if I was like popular. I don't think. I love you guys. I appreciate the sentiment. I don't think you guys constitute a big enough audience for me to like get sued for slander or defamation or anything. Like I yeah, I appreciate you guys, but I think I'm too little for anybody to care what I say about them. Uh unless I start just like spouting actual lies. Like I don't think anybody cares what I say about them on here. But I appreciate the concern. I do work on the internet. All of my words are recorded and all, so I don't purposefully commit crimes unlike some other streamers. I guess technically according to our brand new president's executive orders, I'm committing crimes by being non-binary on camera in the ESA. So, uh gonna keep doing that one though. So, cuz uh my my medical board doesn't agree with that ruling, so I think I'm gonna agree with doctors, but who knows? Maybe I'll get in trouble for that. I know, crazy. I know. I feel like even if I had some money, I would try to avoid crime. I know that's a crazy thing to hear, but like I kind of especially, from a person who looks like me, I'm sure that's odd for some people to hear. I'm not interested in crime. Thanks. Uh yeah, cry about it. I'm just me. I'm just here. I'm just being cool drawing cats. What do you guys think of our cats on the moon here? I'm gonna put a little space cat alien hanging out. He's waiting for them to show up. That's so cute. Oh, I started doing my signature and then I did the at and didn't actually put my signature down here. Sorry about that. Let me. I am surprised that this paper is holding up so well. This paper is like so old, actually. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can look at the cover without destroying all of my framing. Uh, yeah, okay. The copyright date on the front of this paper is 2010. So, this is an old sketchbook. I know. I know I look so teeny, but I'm a little bit old and this is an old sketchbook. I know. I love paper so much. Somebody said to me the other day, uh it's not terribly old. It's old for paper. It's like 15 now. Yeah, very true. Paper is awesome. Somebody said to me, "Why can't we just have all of our computers run on stone tablets?" And I was kind of like laughing about that, but also like, wouldn't that be awesome? Because I am currently dealing with my laptop trying to die on me. And if only all of my information was on stone tablets, how would it possibly get demagnetized and die? It would be great. I think I have to move on from this drawing, guys. It's so cute, but I'm just gonna keep staring at it. I it doesn't look done to me, but I can't figure out what I want to add to it, so I think I have to move on. I have a real bookshelf full of books in my room right now. Um, and actually, I know this one is gonna sound not real, but I've actually read most of those. What? Like my books aren't even most of my books aren't even for show actually. I have actually read most of them. I love books. I know. I know people under 70 that read books. It's crazy. But that's me. I got way worse at it when my ADHD was really bad and admittedly have not gotten back to it quite yet. But I did read all of those at one point, and right now that I'm trying to read. Yeah, the USA thinks that reading is silly and dumb, I think. Um our education system's not that good. Yeah. Yeah. Reading is kind of an old people thing in the USA. Uh and even yeah, yeah. Nah. Uh our education system's not that good. It's a little bit poopy and probably honestly most of the reason that I even like books is cuz I kind of grew up in a place that was not very tech literate and I didn't really have a computer and I was just very curious in general. So I probably kind of lucked into that one cuz yeah, it's really under promoted here in the US. Like I am probably the only person I know who has read a book in years. Um I think my girlfriend's grandmother reads sometimes for bed, and that's the only other person I know that reads any books. Um and then my girlfriend reads on her phone. I do know my girlfriend reads books on her phone. But I'm the only person I know other than my girlfriend's grandmother who reads physical paper books. Uh yeah, it's not great. And even me like the book that I'm trying to read right now, like I said, my ADHD's got really bad in college and here, you know what? I'm going to start a new cat and then I'll keep talking cuz we're just sitting here talking now. So, I'm going to get a new cat and then we'll read some or I'll tell you guys about ADHD and reading and nonsense. Cuz I'm sure you guys have heard part of this before. Let's see. Do you guys have more cute cat ideas or should we use the random generator? I'm gonna use it and then if I see somebody has a really cute idea before I switch over. Cat with donuts is pretty cute. Hold on. I'm gonna scoot the notebook, so don't look if you don't want to watch. Sketches move. Do, do, do. Okay. I think you're good. Cat with donuts is cute, but I do still want to stay on space theme, so maybe we'll random some stuff for cat with donuts. Okay, what if we have alien cat with donuts? Yeah, space cafe. I knew what you meant. That's fine. That's a cool idea. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna sip my coffee though, and then I'll tell you guys about how my brain doesn't frickin' work. It's great. I okay, so lovely fact about me guys. I'm real disabled. Like my ADHD is bad. And nobody even like questioned that that could be a thing for me until college. Like including me. I just assumed like I don't know what I assumed. Lots of negative things that were just internalized ableism, but yeah, I just kind of generally assumed I was like lazy or something. And uh and then in college, you are especially here in the US, if you're me and you are in college away from home and by yourself, paying for things on your own, there are a lot of things to manage. And then I also was working when I was in college because I was paying for all my stuff. Um in in the USA, college is really expensive and they don't unless you're like really impoverished, they don't typically give you money for things like room and board, and I was that impoverished that I got some money for room and board thankfully, but I still had to pay for things like books and other stuff, um had to afford living in the dorms, outside of just the cost of the dorms. um that was a lot to manage for anybody, right? Um, but I also had really bad undiagnosed ADHD that I just didn't know that I had. It was uh just really bad. And I say was, but my ADHD, even though it's like managed now, it just is really bad. Uh yeah, it was not a good combination, and I had a lot of breakdowns, a lot of like a lot of stress points where I was not managing, and it was really hard for me. And one of the things that you do a lot of in college in the US is reading. And I don't know why it's so underemphasized up until that point and then overemphasized, but like I said, our education system is a little silly. Uh but in college they do really heavily emphasize reading and research. And I am typically very good at those things, but they do require a lot of attention and a lot of focus. And at that point in time, I didn't have any medication and I was managing lots of other stuff, and it was really hard for me. to sit down and look at a book and make my brain process those words, um, to the point where I actually, uh, I think this is one of the things you guys have heard me say before, but I would have this thing where I would sit down and try to read, and my eyes would like refocus themselves like a camera lens. Like if you have seen your phone like try to focus on something really close up and it just doesn't quite want to do it, it kind of zooms in and out. Like my eyes would do that when I would try to read. And it was super uncomfortable, and I kind of just assumed like I was tired or wasn't interested enough to be paying attention, or again a bunch of other ableism nonsense that I just assumed I wasn't doing enough, you know. um and that was super hard for me. I really internalized that a lot. Uh did not have a good time with that. It made reading a lot less enjoyable for me in general because it just got associated with that really difficult point in time where I was not doing really well, and I was trying really hard and it wasn't working because I needed help and medication, and I didn't even know I needed those things. Um and yeah, it was not good. Uh and I have been trying to get back into reading lately, but I'm a silly little goober and I like tech stuff, and you guys are gonna groan at me, and this is the book I decided I was going to start with. Um yeah, thanks. Is I'm doing way better now, but college was rough for me. Um and this is the book I tried to start reading again. I don't know if you guys noticed the bookmark is not very far through this. Cuz I have read the first chapter like 3 or 4 times. Um cuz in case you didn't catch that title cuz the camera is reversed, it is The Amazing Story of Quantum Mechanics. It's a quantum mechanics book written by a comic writer, and I thought that sounded so cool, and it is so cool, but it's very dense and is very technical, and it was probably not the best choice for me to get back into reading because it's very hard to read. Um, and uh, I also, because I tried to start that and didn't get very far through it, I am like 5 books in to a series of unfortunate events, which is a series by an author called Lemony Snicket. Um, it's a nonfiction series, and I read that one as a kid, and I have like a really nice box set that I bought off of some guy that just kind of wanted to get rid of it, so I got a really good deal. And uh I'm like 4 or 5 books into that one, but also it's a kids book series and I've read it before, and even though it's fun and easier to do, uh the convincing myself to sit down and relax, the self-care part is harder for that one for me, cuz with the quantum mechanics book I can be like, I'm learning. uh Lemony Snicket that I've already read, it's like, you're just reading, like, for reading? Why are you doing that? Go do something productive or whatever. And then I feel bad. I'm really good at negging myself, guys. That's a skill that my mom taught me, and I'm trying to unlearn it. Uh, but I am real good at it, unfortunately for me. If you guys also If you guys have tips on that, go right ahead and spam me with them because yeah, no, for real, I am so bad at nagging myself. Like I actually genuinely hate positive affirmations and compliments. Like they are difficult for me to accept because I am so good at nagging myself. That as soon as anybody goes like, "Ah, you're so you're so good at this thing," or "That looks so nice," or whatever it is, like my immediate response is to think of all the reasons that they're wrong and to tell them, "Oh no, I this is like some ratty nonsense. This is like, oh, psh, I mean, I just tried really hard. Like I worked a lot, you know, like it's not a it, you know, anybody could do that if you just were me." You know? It's like uh yeah, I am not good at self-love. And I yeah, I just I get really uncomfortable with like compliments and stuff. Um so it made it really easy to just be like, I don't need any help. I'm just lazy. I I just need to try harder. I just, you know, didn't plan that well enough or something like that, you know. All of the things that people who are rude to neurodivergent people say to neurodivergent people, I just internalized for myself. Um, because that was just really easy for me. That was how I had been trained to respond to problems like that. Because my mom is a little bit of a dick, and yeah, so I spent like 2.5 of my 4 years of college or something completely unaware that there was like even a chance anything was wrong with me. And then senior year, I kind of did have like my final year of university, I kind of did have like a big breakdown thing at the end of it and was kind of like, "Oh, crap, maybe I am a little disabled." And that was kind of like the thing, but the thing that actually got me like the thing that actually got me on the train of realizing like, oh, maybe I do actually need some help, or maybe I do actually need some medication or something. Maybe I can't just exercise and drink lots of water and uh you know, write in my journal until I feel better. Maybe that's not going to work for me. Um was actually that I went to a a college counselor, like an educational counselor, not like a psychologist or anything, like an educational counselor, someone who is supposed to give me guidance on my education plan. And uh it was somebody I had met with a couple of times, and I went in um I think it was right before like the semester was about to change, so it was when I was going to sign up for new classes and get my schedule arranged and stuff like that. So I was probably like really frantic, really trying to make sure everything was like arranged properly, and make sure, cuz also I don't know if this is how I can't imagine this is how a university works everywhere, but here in the US, a lot of the coursework that you do is self-imposed, and you are required to yourself make sure that you are meeting all of the requirements for your graduation program. So you have to plan out which classes you are taking for your program. Um, and so and then you also have to be in charge of signing up for those classes before other people do. So it's kind of frantic between semesters, and I went to my educational counselor to be like, okay, this is definitely what this is definitely like what I need to do, right? And I have all of this and yada 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 semester check-in nonsense. And I don't know what it was about me that particular day, but on that particular day I must have seemed just frazzled or something. Like I must have seemed a little off my rocker because uh this educational counselor sat me down and was like, "You seem like a very stressed young person. I am going to recommend that you take this free credit course that just is called mindfulness. It's not for your grade. You will just get an automatic A if you show up. All it does is it just teaches you how to manage yourself a little bit better." And I was like, "Do I really need that? Is that like a..." He's like, "You don't, but I'm going to strongly recommend that you do this." And I was like, "Okay, well, whatever. Free credit." He's like, I think that was actually what it was he was like, "I'm going to strongly recommend that you do this. And if you do it, you will get free credit." And I was like, "Okay, whatever, free credit." Um, and yeah, turns out mindfulness is really good for you. Uh, Mindfulness is just like what they call like self-observational techniques in English. It's just like, you know, breathing correctly, maintaining your internal systems, watching signals from your body, stuff like that, being less judgmental, is observational skills. That's what it is. And um yeah, turns out I was in my brain all the time and not paying attention to literally anything, and that's why I used to think I was like genuinely very clumsy, which was weird because I also did a lot of sports. So when I was doing sports, like I was really agile, and that was so odd for me that I would be like, really good at throwing a ball or weaving all of this stuff through like trees or whatever. uh and then I would just be walking down the stairs and fall over, and that was so weird for me. I was like, well, maybe I have like a motor skills issue or something. I don't know what I thought. More ableism nonsense. And turns out if you have ADHD that is so bad you can't like look at paper and read it, you also probably will not look at the ground when you're walking if you're not trying to pay attention to walking. And that's exactly what was happening to me. I literally was just thinking so much when I did stuff between like, yeah, I just actually was so in my head that I wasn't watching where I was walking, and I would just fall over or run into things, or like I like the joke meme where people just like aren't paying attention and they walk straight into a pole. I have actually done that so many times. And um probably four separate instances I have walked directly into a pole um because I just wasn't paying attention. And luckily where I live now, I'm in the desert, and there are very few there are a lot fewer poles. There are very few poles that I could actually like walk into. But uh I've certainly tripped and stuff out here because I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, so he that guidance counselor accidentally uh let me know I was disabled because that was the beginning of the end. I was like, oh, that's weird, right? That's weird that I would be paying that little attention, right? Like, that's actually weird, isn't it? Um, or like, I think because I got kind of into the mindfulness stuff on YouTube, my YouTube, I know that people have had lots of stories about like the internet will tell them things about themselves before they know it. The internet knew I had ADHD before I did, because I ended up looking up a lot of stuff for like mindfulness and like productivity techniques, and like I got like really into like breathing and like just being very aware of my surroundings, right? Because I was suddenly very aware of the fact that I wasn't doing that. And I think because all of a sudden I was so focused on that, somewhere in my Google cookies, the internet went, this person has found a hyperfixation. Let's send them stuff about hyperfixations. And I was like, oh, is that what I'm doing? Is that surely not? Surely, surely I'm not like I could stop, right? And then, uh, because I did actually watch the stuff on hyperfixations, then the internet pushed me stuff about autism and ADHD. And uh and then I went, "Oh my god. Wait, am I disabled? am I is this like for real not normal? Am I like d- you people really don't like that's really not how people's brains just work? Are you sure? Like it's just me? You swear? Like it's not it's not supposed to it's not supposed to go like that?" And that was crazy for me. That was actually and I literally this year is the first year where I'm just openly being like I am disabled, because that was really hard for me. Have I'm very book smart, and I am, despite being a little bit more tan, I have a lot of like traditionally like traditionally attractive European features from my mom, you know. Like I have generally been observed as, you know, like a good, smart, pretty person, with like you know I was very used to getting compliments as a younger person, even though I didn't really have like friends and stuff. I just kind of thought like, you know, maybe people were like intimidated by my brain or something. I don't know. Uh, I it just it was really hard for me to acknowledge that there was anything wrong with me, even a little bit. Much less that I had like a major disability, or two major disabilities, or maybe more than that, who knows, brains are funny. um yeah, I am only just recently being like I am disabled, and that is just part of being me, because that was like even just that was super hard for me. um I'm not good at asking for help. I'm not good at admitting that I can't do all of the things all by myself. I My mom is a dick, and I put myself through college, and I just have spent I spent a lot of that time before I knew what was wrong with me, assuming that there just must be some reason I needed to try so much harder that was about me, you know? Um, and I mean, there was, but like, I assumed it was like, you know, I'm lazy. Like, I thought that that was like I really think if people are lazy, like, there's probably something wrong with them. Like, I think probably there are very few people that are interested in sitting around for the heck of it. Um, yeah, it wasn't great. Uh, I I spent a lot of time even after the internet tried to tell me that like maybe I was a little disabled. I still spent a lot of time being like, well, I'm probably not like that disabled. Like maybe I have like a little ADHD or something. Like maybe I'm a little autistic, but like surely like I'm like a whole functioning person. Surely you can't be like a whole functioning person and be like super disabled. Like and nobody even told me like that'd just be silly. That'd be silly, right? That's silly. Ah yeah, I had a really hard time with that because I assumed that surely if something was that wrong with me, like somebody would have told me before then, right? Or somebody would have suggested something to me or like like I had been to the brain doctor for depression before then. Like I figured the brain doctor surely would have said something if I seemed off. But I just mask really well. Have I think because I'm very book smart, I'm very good at understanding rules, right? And masking, which is just like when neurodivergent people suppress their neurodivergence so that they appear very normal, right? Like avoiding doing ticks or fucking with my face or going, wah, you know? Uh, all of that is masking. And if you are an AFAB person, you're also just like socially adjusted in the US to be better at masking, even if you're a neurotypical person. Um, and I was just really good at pretending nothing was wrong with me. Um, Nobody noticed. But I thought surely, like, if something was that wrong with me, like, I couldn't have just been hiding it, right? Like, somebody would have noticed anyway. But no. I was just, I was the spy. I was sus the whole time. It was me. I was a little disabled. And, now now I'm trying to be real open about it because I don't want other people to have to feel like I was feeling. I think being more open about it is uh a good first step because that was a lot of why I had such a hard time with it was I didn't know anybody who had like a neurodivergent thing of any kind. Um Like I didn't know anybody else with autism or ADHD that I knew had autism or ADHD. And now that I have traits of both, I kind of will pick other people out better, and even if they don't have a diagnosis, I can kind of be like, you got a touch of the tism over there, don't you? Um which is fun for me, but also probably not so much for everybody else. Uh oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, no worries ever. No worries on having to go to sleep ever, guys. Sleep is good for you. Don't ever stay up on my account. You got VODs to watch in the future. I promise that I appreciate you guys watching them. Oh, crap. Sorry, I hit my keyboard. Watching them here or on YouTube or wherever. And yeah, get some sleep. And I will be here next week. All of that jazz. Don't stay up on my account. I know that kind of sounded like an outro, but I'm not leaving. Someone else is leaving. Yeah, see, I also think sleep is overrated, but only because I am a willful little butthole. Um I'm just not good at doing it, and so I decide that it's stupid. Uh but also it's nice. It's good for you. It makes you uh feel better usually, unfortunately for people like me who don't like doing it. Um I don't know how I got this really clean part in my hair, but that looks so good. Sorry, I got distracted by that. I pulled my cuff on. Anyway, okay. Um yeah. Yeah, that's me too. I I actually do have a sleeping pill um that I take, and it makes me sleep really good when I get to sleep, but it doesn't actually help me get to sleep, and I am not good at doing it. Thank you. We have to give him some donuts. He doesn't have any yet, but we're gonna have him munching on one, and I'll put some like around on the ground or something. Uh yeah, I don't I don't think I have like straight up insomnia um because from what I've read, ADHD can cause insomnia like symptoms because of uh just like brain regulation things, and also I'm not consistent about having sleep problems. My sleep problems are not always the same. Like right now, I am having a problem with going to bed too late and then oversleeping. Uh, but then sometimes I won't sleep at all, or sometimes I'll get tired really early in the afternoon. My circadian rhythms are just shot and terrible, and uh I'm also really not good at just like general self-regulation. Like I know lots of people will say they get up in the morning cuz they got to go to the bathroom, or they get up in the morning uh to take their meds, or they get up in the morning for yada 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 that happens at a time, or they go to bed so that they can get up at this time, stuff like that. But I am really bad at all of that, and any like bodily function stuff that I do is usually like self-regulated. Like I am not good at getting signal cues from my body systems and listening to them until it is much, 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 much too late for it to be anything but a right now issue. Uh, so there, like, I know lots of people will be like, oh, I get uncomfortable if I go on a trip without going to the bathroom, or I get uncomfortable if I, like, don't drink water in the morning, stuff like that. But there are very few things, if any, that are like consistent regulators like that for me. Like, I don't really get hungry or thirsty, and if I have to go to the bathroom, it's because I have to go to the bathroom like right now. Not like I have to go in some amount of time. Like, I'm really really bad at self-regulation, and I don't know if that's just because of my spectrum thing or if there is some other neuro disorder or something there. But I'm really bad at getting signals from myself. And so uh I I think probably I just don't get those same signals that are telling me to go to sleep and wake up at specific points. And so instead I try to self-regulate that, and because I'm trying to self-regulate that and I also have other things to do and I also have brain problems, I just end up going to sleep at random points or passing out because I am physically exhausted, and if I try to stay up any longer I will hurt myself. Um and then the amount of sleep varies based on how long it's been since I slept and whether or not I have been doing that consistently and so many other random nonsense things. Um so it's not like straight up insomnia. It's definitely just bad sleep regulation and like what do they call it? Sleep hygiene? Bad sleep hygiene. I have bad sleep hygiene. But like really really bad. Actually, maybe my hygiene in general is not so good. I don't like stink or anything, and I cut my hair and wash it and take showers and all that, but just like self-care, I'm bad at self-care stuff in general of all kinds. I don't I don't make my own coffee. People make the coffee for me. Uh I have a running joke with my girlfriend about the fact that I am a plant because she brings me water, cuz I am really bad at filling my water. I'm not bad at drinking the water. Like, my water is almost gone right now, but and I had a full water bottle before the stream. However, once it's gone, I'm not gonna get up and fill it, and I'm not saying for sure, but typically I don't. And it's not like I don't know that I should, and it's not like I won't enjoy the water afterwards, but I'm just not thirsty. It's not like a it's not like an urge, right? And so I just go, I could get the water, and then it becomes like a self-care thing. Like, I could do that for me just to be nice to myself, and then it becomes me being bad at not being nice to myself. No, not quite. I got I didn't actually, but I did get very close uh to saying water me like one of your little French plants the other day. I didn't, but I was because there were other people about, but if there weren't other people about, I definitely would have. Cause yeah, I'm just not good at getting the water, or when we were all sick, and I was still not doing so good, uh, antidepressants wise. And, I was just kind of out of it, not doing so good in general. At some point, I just didn't eat for like 2 days, and not because I was trying to be disordered with my eating or anything, or not because I was trying not to eat. I just didn't get hungry because I don't really get hungry, and then didn't think about eating until like 2 days after, when my girlfriend was like, when was the last time you ate anything that wasn't like fruit snacks or juice? And I was like, crap, it's been a while. Um, Sometime Saturday or whatever it was, and she was like, "That was days ago. That was days ago. I'm gonna make you eat something." Uh, because she's good to me. But also, yeah, self-regulation really, really not my strong suit. And is probably one of the biggest things that has allowed me to admit that I am very disabled, because I am very disabled. And self-regulation is really, really hard for me. Uh, and I kind of wonder, yeah. Well, see, that's really nice. I live like 30 minutes from the supermarket. All of my stuff that I eat has to be like, I have to buy stuff that I can make at the house because, yeah, I live like a 30-minute car's drive from the nearest grocery store. And I know you guys in Europe are gonna like you're gonna have horrified faces when I tell you that, but that is actually the truth of where I am in what is uh classified as a food desert, which I think it's literally like 30 minutes from the closest grocery store or something like that is the definition of that. Um and yeah, there are like 3 grocery stores in town, and only like one of them is reasonable, and the other 2 are kind of like bougie health food stores. Uh and yeah. So it certainly doesn't help that I have to make sure that I have everything that I am going to need to eat for like a month, like every time I go to the store. Uh because otherwise it's a 30-minute car ride that I have to make somebody else take because I don't have a car. Uh um yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah, I'm just not good at all of the self-regulation things. And I kind of wonder if, because I have really bad time blindness, right? Like almost complete time blindness. Like if you sit me down and talk to me one on one, like in a room without like daylight or things like that, and ask me how long has passed after a few minutes, I will have absolutely no idea. Um, like I will guess, but that guess is almost certainly going to be wrong. Um, there are very few moments where I am any good at telling time, and they are almost all exclusively music things. Um, like I can do rhythm. Like I have way better uh time recognition in my motor memory than I do like in my actual cognition, cuz I can do like rhythm and stuff in music, but I can't keep track of like just general time. Um Here's a good example. Yesterday my roomie was cleaning out the fridge and was like, "You want this? You ever going to drink the end of this like Dairy Queen Blizzard that you left in the fridge? Because it was just like, it was a bunch of like mix-ins, like chocolate and stuff, with just like a little bit of ice cream on top. Um, and I just figured I would just leave it in the fridge and I would eat it in like a day or whatever. And I was like, oh, I mean, probably. I just figured. I mean, it's not been that long. What is that from? Like Tuesday or something? My roommate looked me dead in the face, and I was like, "What day is it right now? Do you know what day it is right now?" I was like, "Okay, fuck you. No, no, I don't. No, I don't know what day it is right now." Uh, and then I thought about it for a second. I'm like, Saturday. He's like, yeah, it's way too far from Tuesday for you to still want to eat that. I was like, okay, well. So I'm sure some of my self regulation issues are just my internal systems genuinely not knowing how long has passed since the last time I did something. Um, which I'm sure makes it way harder to manage things like eating and sleeping and drinking internally. Um, but I also can't really do nothing about that. Unfortunately, my medication does pretty much nothing for my time blindness. Um it's great for all sorts of other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I have milk in it. Is like probably in the sun a little bit on the way home. Like I'm sure it was a good idea to throw it out. Uh and for me not to eat it, but I wanted to cuz I'm a trash goblin. Uh it was yeah, I'm just generally not that good at self-regulation. And if if I don't like force myself to lay down in the bed and pretend like I can sleep at some point, I would just stay up for days and wait to pass out basically. It's not good. And that's even with my sleeping pills. Like I I did get more into sleeping when my anti-SAD started working because I have recently slept like most days, and now when I sleep better, so I don't usually wake up after like 4 or 6 hours, which would have happened a lot before. And I used to wake up a lot after having not slept that long, like sometimes even less than that. Sometimes I'd only get like 2 hours of sleep and wake right back up. Um, uh, yeah, yeah. Sleep is good for you. Sleep is good for you and your brain, unfortunately, for people that are bad at it like me. So uh, I do try to force myself to like at the very least like do some low energy activity in the dark in the evening. um like if it gets to like 1 or 2 in the morning and I still don't think I can sleep, like I will usually start watching TV quietly in my office, stuff like that. Cause or just like, do some little handcraft things, or walk around a little bit, cause uh just like resting, I think, is still important, even if you don't actually sleep. And I do try to just like give myself a rest at least if I'm not gonna sleep for real. And also, like, I am very aware of the fact that, uh, bodies are meat suits and mine is full of chemicals. So, mine probably needs some rest and recuperation more than other people's. Um, and yeah, I don't get that. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, sleep is just good for you. It makes you feel good when you get it, and yeah, if you are a person who can sleep, you should, because it's nice. I'm just not good at it. But nobody should ever not sleep on my account. Don't you dare. Sleep is so cool. I think we're gonna give our alien cat extra eyeballs. Because I want him to have extra eyeballs. And I don't know. Should we give him one more donut or something? Or uh hmm. Oh, maybe I'll put a little logo on the cup. Mm. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry for people that have to worry about the things that they eat. Couldn't be me. I have to specifically worry about eating things like donuts at the moment because I'm still trying not to lose weight. Um, so I ate like four of those macaron cookies yesterday. I'm a big old fatty fat. Uh, even though you can't tell yet. Um, no health food smoothies for me. Actually, that's a lie. I I have these cute little breakfast smoothies because I'm just bad at breakfast. So I have these cute little breakfast smoothies that are like pre-made and they come in a cute little pouch, like an apple juice, applesauce kind of like twist off thing. Um, and it's just like a bunch of different uh gut healthy fruits like bananas and pineapples and camu camu, which I think is like a tuber root. I looked it up and then I forgot. Um, but I can't really eat in the morning. I'm just bad at it. And so yeah, fresh fruit smoothies are good though. Uh, I was gonna make more of them here at my house with my lovely kitchen, but my blender sucks. My blender sucks, but uh, maybe maybe if I set up a wish list for you guys, I'll put a new blender on there and we could have fruit smoothie stream. Um, because I do really like fruit smoothies, and I drank a lot of fruit smoothies in college because there was a smoothie place that was just on campus. It was reasonably priced. I am a very busy disabled person though, and I don't want to make them. I don't, and I would if they were slightly less annoying. However, my blender is bad enough that even if I put like a lot of juice in with my frozen fruit, I still have to kind of like lift it and shake it up and like get stuff dislodged from the propellers and run it a couple of times before it will blend like a whole smoothie. Um it's just annoying. I don't want to do it. Um yeah, sorry. So instead I spend too much money on these little individually packaged breakfast smoothies uh that are like I think they're freeze dried officially, but because it's a freeze dried like actually I guess it can't be freeze dried. I'm not sure how they're preserved actually. Cuz they do have liquid in them. So I guess maybe they're just like suspended so they're shelf stable. I'm not totally sure. Uh but they are shelf stable, and then I can also put them like in the fridge or the freezer or something if I want them to be cold. And I eat like almost exclusively those for breakfast now because I'm just bad at breakfast. I love breakfast food, but just not at breakfast time. After I'm not a morning person. I think I've said this to you guys before, but I need to be awake for like 2 or 3 hours before I'm a whole real human. Uh I've got wake up bitch face. I'm not a morning person, not even a little bit. I I don't ever mean to be rude to anybody in the morning, but I probably am because yeah, I just yeah, yeah, like if somebody makes me a breakfast and it's like a whole thing, like usually I will eat some to be like polite or uh as my roommates like making fun of me about, and they've recently coined that my eyes are bigger than my stomach, and that is because I just really like food. I really like food, and even if I'm not hungry, if somebody presents me with like really delicious looking food, I will eat some of it because I just really like food. Um So, if somebody makes a really nice breakfast, it kind of doesn't matter if I'm hungry or not. I will eat some of it, uh, including in the morning, but I also am just not typically good at eating in the morning. And because of my stomach nonsense, if I eat too much or too quickly, I will in fact hurt myself like pretty badly. Uh, so it's yeah, it's not great. But I do have these cute little like prebiotic pouches is what they're called. It's just fruit that I didn't have to blend in my blender, and it's in a little pouch, and it's delicious. See, see, you have to come live at my house because I am exactly the opposite. You can, I need to find somebody who is you and who wants to get uh paid to cook for me. Actually, who wants to get nothing to cook for me because I don't have money to pay somebody to do that. But I wish I could because I'm exactly the opposite. I love food. I love eating so much. And I can cook. I am pretty decent at cooking. Uh I think I could go unchopped and do all right with the mystery basket, you know? Like I'm pretty inventive in the kitchen, but I also just don't like it as much as other people. And I definitely don't like it as much as I just like eating the food afterwards. I would much rather eat something delicious that someone else made than eat something delicious that I made. And yeah, I just like food. I like cooking as like an I like cooking as like an avenue to eating food. I don't necessarily enjoy cooking all on its own. Um I have done a lot of it though. Uh I cook a lot of different kinds of things and I really like just world culture stuff. So I have cooked a lot of different like cultural dishes, like different cultures dishes, not like culturally significant dishes or anything like that as far as I know. Um but like I made able scavers. Those were so good. And they actually came out in little spheres. I was so proud of that. I don't know if you guys even know what those are. It's like Polish pancake balls. Um it's like a crepe and then you kind of like pour it and then turn it while it's pouring so that it becomes like a little hollow sphere and you can put like jelly and stuff in them. They're super yummy. Um Kind of like a donut but pancake. Uh it's kind of like a donut hole but pancake. They're super good. Um and I have a fancy pan for one of those or like I cook meats really well. Like I do burgers. I do all sorts of food. Uh, we had spaghetti and meatballs yesterday. That was like real spaghetti, and I took like a can of pasta sauce and like put barbecue sauce and seasoning and oils and other stuff in it. So it was like real spaghetti sauce instead of canned nonsense. Uh, It's delicious. Like I'm really good at cooking actually. I just don't I just do it cuz I like food though. Um I don't necessarily like the cooking part, but I will. I will do it cuz I really love food. I love food so much. I maybe one of the impromptu silly stream days will like cook or something. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe I'll just like show off. Maybe we'll eat. Maybe we'll do like a fucking like a little mukbang, except for it's just all food that I made. Uh, I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what we would do with any of that. I'm just saying words, but but yeah, cooking is not my favorite, but I do love food, and I love food enough that I will do cooking for the food. Um, and I will do cooking well, and I will do cooking with finesse because I want to eat the food. And I think that if you do cooking like that, the food comes out better. And so far I've been right. But also, yeah, it's I do definitely enjoy eating the food more than I like cooking it. Pretty much no matter what it is. I don't like, even if it's like silly stuff like grilled cheese and quesadillas, like I love uh yeah, something like that. Uh like, even if it's grilled cheese or quesadillas or something, though, I will much more enjoy eating it if somebody else makes it. Uh and today on Cooking with Stitched Kitten. I don't know, maybe. See what happens next week. He's so cute. I think I think that'll have to be our cute little cafe cat. I was staring at him to see if we needed to add anything, but I think if I add more stuff, he's gonna look messy, so I'm just gonna sign him. He is very cute. I was a little worried that the eyes were gonna make him look too much, but I think they're just enough. Hmm. Let's see, what does our little random thing say? Skip that one. Oh, okay, guys. That that'll have to be what we do uh as our third and probably final cat, because I'm getting through these so slow today. But uh I'm gonna move the sketchbook, so if you don't want to watch, this is the time not to. I will tell you guys in a second when it's done moving. Oh yeah, if you're not squeamish about the sketchbook, you can check out my little freaking Eevee doodle for a second. Cause that's there on my desk underneath my sketchbook. Um, Let me get this situated here. Uh, okay. Okay, I think you can look now. And you can see Evie peeking at you from underneath the sketchbook. uh, I, uh, I just, that's just a random pen doodle on some paper on my desk. It's genuinely a nothing burger, but it's there peeking at you now. And we have Crystal Asteroid. Oh, thank you. I have Eevee poster on my wall, so it's really easy to stare at and copy. And then I was just doodling. Sorry, I keep biting my lips because my lips are dry. I'm gonna put some chapstick on. Stop chewing on my mouth on camera. And I think, here, I'm gonna pull Eevee out and put him on top. And I'll let you guys stare at this because I think I'm gonna stand up for just a second and stretch. And I'm gonna scoot this camera a little bit more this way because sketchbook's a little bit tilted. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get up and stretch, and then uh for big nerds like me, if you didn't see Galactic Federation and immediately assume I was gonna do a Star Trek cat, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a Star Trek cat because I'm a big nerd, and that sounds adorable. I'm gonna do a little red shirt cat and maybe like maybe like a spooky looking alien or something. I don't know. Spooky looking alien cat and a red shirt cat. Uh, crystal asteroid cat. That would. I don't know how I would make a cat look like a crystal asteroid, but if you guys have ideas, you can leave them in the chat. And I'm gonna get up and stretch for just a second, but I will try not to take too terribly long. And yeah, I'll leave the little thing up so you guys can see what we're doing next. Uh, He's so cute. These are coming out so cute today, guys. Uh, Sorry we're getting along a little slower. Like I said, my all of my schmeds are not interacting quite so perfectly, so I'm being a little slow and disabled. But I'm gonna get up and stretch, and we're coming back, and I will try not to walk off and get distracted. Uh, in about 10 minutes or something, hopefully we'll come back and we will finish up this cute little Star Trek cat and whatever other nonsense I'm gonna put into that. And I will see you guys in a few. You go ahead and get your snacks, take care of yourselves too, and I will be right back. Okay. No. Yeah, probably a dream. Probably a dream. Uh, and as per always, you guys should always take care of your own nonsense. I'm just here drawing cats on the internet. I am sure that uh if you guys have personal nonsense to deal with, you should be doing that instead. So, I appreciate you guys, but you know, as per always, put your gas masks on first. Uh, don't don't suffocate under cat dopamine just cuz I'm giving it to you, pretty please. And on that note, I will give you more cat dopamine now that you've been properly content warned. Um uh let's see. I said I was going to do a red shirt. Kitty Kirk sounds cute too. Hmm. But also I can like I can see exactly Fluffy Taz's like I don't know if it's the same image that Fluffy Taz has in their brain. It probably isn't, but also I have got like a perfect scene in my brain of exactly that. Um, you know, we might do a little building off stream with that one. I might steal that idea for later since you guys seem to be okay with me stealing your ideas. I mean, I really appreciate you letting me because I am not always great at that. The ideas part. Sometimes my brain don't want to do that. Um, but I am gonna just straight up send this to myself to use later, maybe. Cause that is such a cute idea. And I am gonna steal it from you. But I do still want to draw a red shirt, so we're gonna draw the red shirt on stream. And I like the idea of Kitty Asteroid so much. I am gonna draw a Kitty Crystal Asteroid still, cause I mean mouse, a mouse crystal asteroid. Sorry, the Kitty Captain Kirk is stuck in my brain. That's actually so cute of an idea, and but also I'm seeing it as like a full color like comic panel in my brain. I don't want to try to get myself to do that in pencil in my sketchbook. However, I like I said, I I plugged in my iPad, guys. So I might steal that idea and put it up on Reddit and or Instagram or something. Who knows? I'm gonna tip my camera down a little bit. I think you guys have been staring at the top of my head. I didn't mean to make you, but alright. I'm just making sure I've got references. I guess I could do just like as prep work, basically. I could do like Kitty Redshirt and Kitty Captain Kirk and Mouse Crystal Asteroid and pencil, just just to kind of flesh them out, you know. Uh, and then I could also steal that idea for later and maybe do a nicer one and put it up for you guys. We'll see. I yeah, I don't know. I have had a lot of crap to do this week, guys, for real. Uh, and then I miss doing some stuff. Like I have literally never missed a doctor's appointment in my whole adult life, and I missed my very first one. I felt so bad. Like, did not show up because I forgot. I confirmed it too. Yeah, felt bad about that one. Um, I'm still chewing on my freaking mouth. Sorry. It is so dry in my house and cold, and my skin is terrible. I'm sorry you guys have to see my terrible skin and me chewing on my mouth like a goblin. Oh, tism. I'm gonna blame the air. It is actually genuinely very dry. Um, Maybe when it gets a little warmer, it will also get less dry, and then I can get rid of the rest of this stupid frog in my throat. I think it still sounds better than it did last week, for sure. But yeah, it's kind of nonsense how long it's been there, though. It's been. And I feel bad you guys have to hear it. Okay. Hit my coffee cup. Whoops. Let's get this last kitty in here. Mm. And then I can let my staff go home. I always think that's the best joke ever. Cause I'm 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 my boss, so I'm also my staff, and then I have my one unpaid employee who is my roommate who helps me with editing nonsense. And yeah, my yeah, my one single employee who isn't an employee cuz I don't pay him. I pay him in food and living at my house. Uh which I was going to let him do anyway, so I'm still not paying him. He just helping me out cuz he's a cool dude. Um and I'm still not drawing. I'm just stalling because I am not sure how I want to frame this. Um. Oh, I said that. You know what, guys? For real, all you gotta do is complain sometimes. I need to get better at complaining. I swear, I am so bad at complaining. Oh, hello. Welcome back to you too. Uh, because I totally just thought of uh what we're doing right now. I'm and now that Fluffy Taz is back, I can say this again because you missed. I am stealing your idea. Uh, we are gonna do like we're gonna do like the dumb worked out version of your scene there, but I can see all of that in my head so well that I may use my recently charged iPad and make a real drawing of that off stream or something because I am a goofy little dork and that just activated so much dopamine in my brain. Uh and I can see like a whole comic color panel scene in my head of exactly that. And yeah, I have already copy pasted your idea into my cute little nonsense workbook. So I may steal that and put it up on Reddit or Instagram or something. I don't know. I will, if I do end up posting on there, guys, I will go into the card and uh change that link so that it doesn't say inactive anymore. And if you're wondering if I've given in and started posting on there yet, which I really might. I just saw another one of you guys follow me on there, so I might. I might. I'm a little numbers goblin and I like interacting with you guys. But yeah, if I do end up putting anything on there for real, I will for sure go into the card and update that so that you guys know that I'm posting on there. And if you guys ever want to know where it is I'm doing stuff or posting things, that little link tree is probably other than just like YouTube community posts or Reddit community posts, stuff like that. The link tree is probably the best place for you guys to just get like quick info on all of the things that I'm doing, cuz I do try to put up any of the, like, if I get a new social media or if I am doing other stream things, or I just try to put up all of the all of the places I'm gonna be so that there's a single spot for you guys to find that. So if you are looking for something like that from me, that link tree is probably the best place for you to find just like what I am doing and where to find me elsewhere if I'm not here. Um and I think I took the business inquiries thing off of there, but they do have like a little section so that I can uh let you guys send me just like general suggestions or stuff like that to my business email. So I can open that back up if you guys are interested in any of that. And yeah, that link tree little card thing is probably where you can find like all of the Redbubble stickers and stuff are on there, or I do technically have an Etsy shop, but I don't really put stuff on there because of Etsy making all of that stuff with listing fees and like just kind of generally being a little bit butts to the people on there. Um However, caveat, my roomie who helps me with stuff kind of implied that maybe we could sell some goofy nonsense on there after I fix my 3D printer, which I am trying to do, and I do think is pretty feasible. I just have to. I have had so much stuff to do, and I keep giving myself more projects, and uh, I was already a little overwhelmed, and me deciding that I need to do all of the everything right now is certainly not helping. Um, but also, yeah, I might reinstate the Etsy store at some point. I think it is on there though. Or all the Redbubble stickers, like I said, those are actually all available, and I think it's so cool that you guys have bought any of those. Because they are very outdated, and I think they are probably all pre my anti-sads working real well, so I'm sure the line work is terrible and excuse me, frog in my throat again. I'm sure the line work is terrible and I'm sure the colors are silly and I'm sure I didn't try that hard. Uh but I do appreciate you guys going on there to help me out anyway. And all the people that have just given me like, oh, hold on, sorry. My huh? Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, excuse me. Um my girly friend was trying to get my attention on the phone and I have all of my ringers off so I didn't hear that she was trying to get my attention. She's trying to offer me cocoa and be really sweet and not interrupt, and I will let her bring me cocoa because she's very sweet. Um, but also I had excuse me, all sorts of stuff up on my other monitor here, and my phone is on mute, so I just missed it. Actually, maybe my phone isn't on mute, and Discord mobile just stinks butt. Yeah, my phone isn't on mute, and Discord mobile just stinks butt. That's okay though. Hey, Google, if you want to like steal my user information or something, Discord mobile stinks, but fix Discord on mobile. I love Discord so much on my computer. I want it to work on my phone just as well. Please and thank you. Mm. See, I really love black coffee. Uh, however, I just I just have some like basic nonsense from our warehouse store that's just like a huge tub of really probably terrible coffee grounds. But they are cheap and effective. Uh, and have I have an uncle who is kind of like a mountain guy. Excuse me, that frog in my throat is getting kind of terrible. Maybe I'll get a cough drop if it doesn't clear up after I drink this. Um, yeah, I have a an uncle who's very into like camping and hiking and RVing and all of that stuff. And when I was like probably 10 or 12, no, maybe even earlier than that, maybe more like 8 or 10 or 9 or something like that in there. Uh my mountaineer uncle took a big tin pot and put water in that on top of a camp stove and then in a literal sock put coffee grounds like literal like a cotton wool sock with a knot tied in it and coffee grounds in the bottom that he probably had used before uh maybe not a bunch of times but enough that it tasted a little musty. uh and that was the first time I ever drank coffee, so pretty much everything tastes better to me than that. And yeah, I really like caffeine. And for people that are unawares, uh, stimulants and ADHD get along really well most of the time. Um, as long as you manage yourself and aren't like doing nonsense that isn't prescribed by your doctor or coffee, you know. Um, like I'm not suggesting people should do random nonsense recreationally or anything like that, but also ADHD and coffee, because coffee is a stimulant, get along really, really well. And so as a kid, somebody giving me coffee like 15 years before I knew that anything was wrong with my brain, that was awesome. I felt like I had superpowers all of a sudden. I was like, I'm gonna go read like a dozen books right now, and I'm going to build a trebuchet, and I'm gonna be like the best mountaineer ever, Uncle Watch. Like, yeah, I was on top of the world. I was like, coffee is the best. Uh, and you know, 15 years later or 20 years later or whatever it ended up being, because like I said, I don't remember exactly how young I was when he first did that for me, but it was pretty early on. And yeah, I have ever since then really, really loved coffee. In I think probably as soon as I got into like middle school, I started having a morning cup of coffee with my mom. Cause yeah, I really like coffee. I really like caffeine. I don't even care so much about the coffee. Uh, and it's not like physical addiction where if I didn't have it, I would be upset or anything. Um, but I am definitely more comfortable, and I definitely function better if I have a cup of coffee, and not because of like I cannot drink coffee for months, right? And have a cup of coffee, and it's just really good for me to have a little bit of caffeine, I think. Uh yeah, I think lots of people and also apparently not when you're 8, but when you're a full grown adult, there is a lot of scientific evidence that when you are a whole grown adult and not when you're 8 or when your brain is developing, uh, having a small amount of coffee or a small amount of caffeine really consistently can help with stuff like your metabolism or your brain function, like memory retention, or like a bunch of random stuff like your blood pressure even, which you would think like it would be bad for your blood pressure, but apparently if you don't overdo it, it's actually very regulatory. And uh I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with having a little black coffee all the time. I think having a little black coffee is very different than having 7 cups of coffee a day or having a whole pot of coffee by yourself every day. Or uh I used to have in college when I was not doing so good, I used to have just like pills of caffeine that you can just get over the counter here in the US. And so it wasn't like a prescribed thing. It was something I got like at a drugstore for I think I don't even remember. I don't even remember what the like official thing is that they are sold for. I guess just caffeine in a pill, just like they're like a 48-hour energy or something, it's just like an energy drink in a pill. Uh I don't think they have a different function. But anyway, um I used to buy those that were like 200 milligrams of caffeine all at once in a pill, and then sometimes I would take those with like a cup of coffee, or I would have a couple of those every day. And I think that is way too much. That was me having problems in college. That was me not being regulated and not having ways to deal with that. But also, just a cup of black coffee or a little bit of caffeine or an energy drink every once in a while. I think all of that is probably even a little bit good for you. Maybe not the energy drinks, because they have all sorts of other nonsense in them, especially if you live here in the US, where stuff like that isn't regulated as well. Like our Coke products don't have real sugar in them. Uh, yeah, I certainly have too much coffee every once in a while because it tastes real good, and because I don't sleep very well, and so sometimes I will just be awake long enough that multiple people make coffee and offer me some, and sometimes if my roomies wake up at different times, I will get coffee from one of them, and then the other one will wake up and make coffee and offer me some, and I'll have an extra cup of coffee. And I do think that that one is me being inappropriate with the caffeine. But, um, what, what's the thing? Popity Snurfict or whatever it is from The Office. Uh, I'm just a goofy little dude. I just, I'm just doing my best. Caffeine is awesome, and I probably am a little bit addicted to caffeine, honestly. I think probably lots of people in the US are. Um and I can make my excuses and claim that I'm not, but I do really like caffeine a lot. And sorry, I'm not drawing as much. I'm trying to finish this before my sweetie of a girlfriend brings me hot cocoa, cuz I think she will probably steal it from me for my own good when she brings me cocoa. She's so good to me. Sigh. But she probably will steal my coffee if I don't finish it. There, now she can't. It's gone. Oh, here. Okay. I can tell I can tell a story because it's through me. Yeah. Kind of the story is about panic drinking. So, I I can tell this cuz through me it'll be. Oh, thank you. Anonymized enough that it won't matter. Uh cuz I heard it on the internet, and yeah. Anyway, um I heard a story on the internet, and maybe it's not even true, so who knows. But uh there is this person I watch that does uh little like short skit videos about the fact that they work in a bar, they work in like a big commercial bar, and uh they bartend, and I really like their videos, and so I have watched a lot of them. And here in the US, uh some some of the states consider your body a container for illegal substances, and some do not. And in this place where she bartends, they don't. And for people that don't know what that means, if you uh, are a container for illegal substances as a person, if you consume those drugs, uh, then you can still be liable for having them on your person, basically, right? If a medical doctor can prove there is so much of something in your bloodstream, right? You can still be charged with holding that much of it, basically, right? Um, and uh, so what that means in places where you're not a container is, should you be caught with like some offendable smaller amount of an illegal substance, you could say do all of the illegal substances, and not there wouldn't be any way to get you in trouble, basically, uh because there are no substances. How can you get me in trouble if there are no substances? I'm not a container. They're all gone, you know? Um and so the story that she told is that uh because she works in a big commercial bar, um they have the police come by every once in a while because they are also in a big city, and the police just come by, make sure everything is fine in loud bar in the middle of the night, every once in a while, just scouting, right? And she said that her boss, usually when this is happening, will go into the bathroom and make sure that people aren't doing illegal substances in the bathroom. And if he catches people doing illegal substances in the bathroom, he's like, okay, this is a big commercial bar, uh, but also I'm the owner and the police are here, and I need you to like flush those drugs or do them because I can't get in trouble. And he said that not even one single time has he seen anybody flush their drugs. Like, every single time people take the drugs instead of flushing them. I think that is hilarious. I I mean, I you guys just saw me panic drink my caffeine before my girlfriend got here, so I get it. But also, I thought that was hilarious that you would own like a big commercial building like that, and not one time did anybody just decide, it's fine. I don't need this one. I could just I could just get rid of it. Not one time. Ah, addiction's not cool, guys. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at addiction a little bit right now cuz we're talking about caffeine, but if it's with other stuff, it's really not cool. And even with caffeine, it's really not cool if it's bad. You know, there there are plenty of available resources no matter where you live. If you are watching me on your computer, I promise you have access to resources for addiction. So, yeah, be nice to yourselves. You guys, everyone, there there are people around you who know, even if you don't have like a close group of friends that you think care or whatever, there are people around you who know. And are affected by you. You know, addiction's not cool. And take care of yourselves. Even if the person who is affected by you is you, you know, it's not it's not cool. It's hard and rough. I'm not saying it's easy, but take care of yourselves. And I'm gonna put that addendum here at the end because I don't want to end on the haha caffeine addiction jokes because yeah, some of that stuff can get really freaking bad. Um, but also haha caffeine addiction. I do think probably myself included, most people have some amount of problem with caffeine. My girlfriend has a huge problem with caffeine. I'm gonna call her out right now because I love her and I'm calling her out for her own good and I would do it to her face and I have done it to her face, and she knows. But also my girlfriend has a huge caffeine problem. If she will drink her black coffee, or she puts a bunch of stuff in hers. She drinks not black coffee, but she'll drink her coffee in the morning, and then she also drinks Coca-Colas like their water, and I cannot imagine how she survives. And if she doesn't have coffee, there needs to be more Coca-Colas, and if she doesn't have Coca-Colas and coffee, she's genuinely irate. Like she will get very upset. Um cuz even caffeine, like addiction is just your body responding negatively to needing things. Like it's a big issue if you need stuff that you can't access. So even with coffee, for myself, I try to avoid needing things. But now I'm on brain pills that if I stop taking them, like I will have problems. So, that's not quite the same as like I mean, it's not quite the same as a physical addiction in the sense that those problems would have been there without the substances, but also it's the same in the sense that I need those substances or I will have issues. Uh so, I think whatever makes people feel good in their skin and doesn't hurt you or anybody else, I think that's usually where I think my stance is people should get to do stuff that makes them feel good and enjoy existing, um and doesn't hurt themselves or others. So, if you can drink that much coffee and not feel terrible all the time, um I I guess go for it. Uh Unless like a doctor tells you to quit it cuz your blood pressure is terrible or something like that. Uh I just think that, people should take care of themselves. That's all. See, my blood pressure is always good. My pulse, not so much. I have big anxiety, and I take medication for my ADHD that is a stimulant. Uh, And I do also drink my cute little black coffee in the morning. Cocoa from Girlfriend. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I I just have bad. It's another regulation issue. All my regulation is bad, guys. All of it. Like actually all of it. No, I my pulse is so bad. Uh nah, you're good. I mean if she's your girlfriend, who do I care if you're playing doctor? I mean like do what you want. Uh I have one of those little finger oximeter thingies that just reads all of my levels. It basically works like one of those fitness watches. I have a watch too that's not specifically a fitness watch, but I have like a smartwatch with a pulse reader in it. And I I just don't wear it enough. I forget to put it on my hand. Uh and yeah, and then I don't have it when I need it. But also sometimes I forget to carry the little oximeter thingy around with me, so something something I'm a little disabled. Uh yeah, I also really like my smartwatch. I have a Galaxy one cuz I have a Galaxy phone and I I didn't actually buy it. My girlfriend bought it for herself and I have a really nice like weatherproof like so it's weatherproof, it's solar powered, it has like a bunch of features and stuff, but it's like a really nice Casio watch and uh I don't judge people, it's fine, buy your Apple nonsense, I'm just not going to. I will avoid having anything besides my iPad from that company if I can, because I do not like their practices and I do not like most of the things that they do. Uh, but also they refuse to sell the Apple Pencil and I want to use it. So, uh, for right now, I have an Apple thing for that. But also for my watch, I have a phone that is a Galaxy and I had no reason. I did like I said, I didn't even buy it. My girlfriend bought it for herself, and because I had the solar powered Casio thing, um, I was wearing that like all the time because I like slept in that thing because it was weatherproofed and waterproofed and shock resistant, all sorts of stuff where I just felt like I didn't have to take it off. Um, and uh Yeah, or if it's a workplace thing, that also makes sense. Integrated systems are hard to get around, especially with Apple products, because they are really good at making networking with their devices really needlessly difficult on purpose so that you have to buy more of their devices. Um, which is another thing that I think is really stupid. But also, I do, yeah, that is a for sure reason to use them. So if you already have a bunch of network devices that are Apple products that you have to use. Uh, but yeah, I just noticed that my girlfriend was leaving her watch like on the nightstand and she just wasn't wearing it after she bought it, and it's like a nice watch and she bought it when it was new, so at the time it was a couple $100 of purchase, and she bought it for herself as a gift, and I thought surely she's gonna love that. She's gonna wear it all the time. She's gonna hook it up to her phone and like play goofy little games on her wrist. And she just didn't do any of that. She just kind of hooked it up and was like, this is gimmicky and uninteresting and I'm gonna put it down, and didn't pick it back up. And it is definitely gimmicky and uninteresting, but also, I don't know, it's gimmicky and it's cute little tech watch and it takes my heart rate and tells me the weather, nonsense. Has cute little apps from my phone or whatever. I can take a call on my wrist like I'm Get Smart, Uh stuff like that. Silly nonsense. I I just figured there was no reason for her to be leaving it on the nightstand doing nothing. And so I asked her if she cared about me wearing it, and she was like, "Well, I'm really not using it. Do you just like want it?" And I was like, "Are are you for real? Are you not going to get upset that you don't have it later?" She's like, "No, I don't care." And now it's mine. I'm sorry, I'm like glowing. I can fix it if it gets any worse. Uh but also I'm thinking I'm gonna finish up these cats, hopefully. Uh and then probably be kinda done. But if it's not bothering me at the moment, so if it starts bothering you guys, let me know and I'll fix it. Uh because I don't want you guys to have to stare at nonsense. Alright. What do you guys think of Kitty Captain Kirk? And I'm just gonna put Kitty Redshirt over here, and that shouldn't take long, because uh, if you don't know anything about Star Trek, the red shirts are like crewmen. Typically, they have different shirts uh that are colored based on like their crew rank on the ship. Um and so the red shirts are just kind of like ship grunts. They're just like gophers. They're random maintenance guys, janitors, stuff like that. And so the joke with the red shirts is they're the random background guys that are usually there to get schmurdered. Uh schmishmurdered, schmishmilled, schmishmat, Uh pew pewed, all of that. Eaten by aliens, left on a planet, uh caught in a supernova, etc., etc., etc. Big space explosion. And that means they usually are very basic and they don't have a lot of characteristics, and I don't have to be very fancy with him, you know, because he's just a red shirt. He's just here to be part of the plot. True. They do also use them as like visual noise for scenes a lot just to like represent chaos in the scenes. Like they will have lots of like flashing lights and random whistle siren things going off, and then usually they will also have a bunch of the red shirts like running back and forth uh to be just like, oh my god, everything is going wrong, oh no. I love Star Trek actually. It is definitely like a goofy nerd show, and if you take it too seriously, I feel like it certainly is less interesting. Like if you are taking it seriously enough that you're worried about like physics and okay, now the thing is bothering me. Hold on. Um, okay, cool. Uh, but yeah, if you're taking it seriously enough that you're worried about like the physics of the situation or whether or not uh somebody got shot in a vital area or could they actually survive that? Is there like even with the technology is that possible? Like I think you're taking it too seriously cuz it is supposed to be I think a little bit of at least the television show. I know it is based on some book media, so maybe the book media is meant to be taken more seriously, but I have watched television show and movies and not read the book media. So, uh at least based on the television show, it certainly portrays itself as if it is meant to be a bit of a comedy and not taken quite as seriously as some people seem to. Like, I don't think that it is Star Wars. Like, people like to compare it to Star Wars a lot. Um, I think probably just because they came out at about the same time and they're both kind of nerd things and they're both in space. They both say star. Like, there are comparisons between them, but people like to say that they're like the same thing and Star Trek is like worse Star Wars and stuff like that. And I don't think that that is fair because I think Star Wars is meant to be like taken way more seriously. I think it's supposed to be like kind of a gritty political drama and there are certainly comedic elements and stuff, but I don't think it's meant to be like people try to take Star I think people because of Star Wars try to take Star Trek very seriously in the same way and then it doesn't come off the same because it's not that's not what it's meant to be. It's meant to be like the Office comedy but in space, right? It's like it's trying to be like a dramedy and then the office building just happens to be a big starship in space, right? And you know, every episode everybody who you know and care about is going to be fine and everybody's going to get reset and uh you know, it's meant to be more of yeah, a lighthearted drama. It's not meant to be a very serious science fiction odyssey in space with like, realistic physics engines and warp drives that you could make in real life. And I think when you start analyzing shows that heavily, you're probably either really into it or looking for things to be mad at anyway. So, uh I just try not to take it that seriously because I don't think that's what it's meant for, but I do really enjoy watching it as just like, some goofy nonsense. And I do really like original Star Trek, probably more than any of the other ones. I do also really like Next Generation, uh, and a couple of the other ones, but probably original Star Trek is still my favorite. Uh, and I know lots of people really like Zachary Quito as Spock. Uh, but I cannot see him as a Spock because I watched him in, oh gosh, what was it? Is it called Heroes? Where he's like, he plays like this like psych supervillain, and he played it so well that I get like chills when I see him on screen now. I'm like unnerved. And so seeing him play on the good guy side is tricky for me. Um because he was so good in that show. Uh like, oh god, I'm so bad at names. I only remember his name because I've talked about that one a lot. Uh, but it's like everybody really likes the guy that plays Jim from The Office, and I'm so sorry I cannot remember his name. Um, but he's in a lot of really good other like more dramatic roles, and people aren't always as into those because they remember him as being Jim from The Office because he was really good in that. And uh I like seeing him in some other dramatic roles. I think he's a good actor, and I'm really sorry I can't remember his name. Here, I'll look it up. I'll look it up so I can say his name and not keep calling him that guy who plays Jim from The Office cuz I'm being the problem. But John Kransky. John Kransky. Thank you. Oh, okay. Taz got it for me too. Thank you so much. Um I really like John Kransky actually, and I have seen him in some other dramatic roles where he is very good. But I also like, is it John Clancy or something like that? Tom Clancy? There's one where he's like, I think it's Tom Clancy. There's one, I'm so bad at names. I'm sorry guys. But there's one where he plays like a very gritty uh like war consultant. He's really good in that. And uh it's not really my kind of show, but I have seen some of it, and he is really good in it. I do like him in other things that I have seen him in that are more dramatic. Um but I have heard lots of people say that it's harder to watch him in those more dramatic roles for them because they remember him being Jim from The Office. And that's kind of me with Zachary Quinto. I can't watch him be Spock. It's too much for me. Um, Anytime I see him in a lighter role, I feel like he's gonna double cross somebody or he's about to blow everything up. And even if he's not, I just expect there to be something in the works when he shows up on screen. Because I am so used to him playing that very like psychological villain role well. And that is certainly a a bias problem on my part, but it is also something I have tried and not succeeded to get rid of. Because he was just really good in Heroes. Just really, really good. And if you guys have not seen Heroes, that was an American sci-fi channel show, I think, at some point. I'm gonna make sure that's what it's called, because yeah, okay. Yeah, that is what it's called. Okay. But I'm also seeing how long he's been Spock for and feeling old, so I'm gonna close his cute little IMDb page. But um, yeah, no, I do really like him as an actor, and I think he's a very good actor. And I think he did such a good job as that antagonist that it makes it really hard for me to watch him in lighthearted roles now. Um, or even as Spock, because despite Spock being a Vulcan, you know, he has some little mutt ancestry mixed in there somewhere. There's like a whole there's like a whole arc about that. He's like, I'm not a true Vulcan. I've felt the things. And I spent too much time with the humans and they tinted my blood and stuff like that, you know. There's like a whole he has like a whole character breakdown about it. So I kind of see him as like, you know, like he's like the golem with the flower on his head, you know. He's just like he's very stoic, but he's trying to be like a chill, sweet guy, you know. He just is also not always sure what's going on emotionally with everybody. Like, yeah. Like I don't it's kind of like being just autistic, I guess. Maybe that's the point even actually now that I'm thinking about that. Um Maybe it's like an allegory or something. But I I didn't ever really see him as being like morally complex in the way that seeing Zachary Quinto play him. I don't know why I said Quinto anyway. Uh Zachary Quinto play him makes me feel like he is, you know. It just makes me feel like he's darker than I have perceived him in other roles with good old Leonard Nimoy. I love Leonard Nimoy. R.I.P. Leonard Nimoy. He was such a chill dude. He has all sorts of like, if you guys haven't heard Leonard Nimoy do like speeches, he has like a bunch of really cool speeches how uh about how being on Star Trek kind of like shaped his worldviews and stuff like that. They're really interesting to listen to. He's a cool dude. Um, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, he likes to cling on. Yeah, I got it. I see the goofy little pun. I almost missed it, but then I read it out loud in my head and I was like, "Oh, got him." Except for the is me. Um I do really like Star Trek though. Uh I for like I think it was like Sci-Fi Day or something. One of those goofy little school spirit days. Um I have this big blue oversized shirt that I've had actually forever, and I wore that and pinned like a little cardboard Star Trek pin and uh taped the top of my ears together so that they looked kind of pointed and went around like that for sci-fi day, and probably was the only kid who like dressed up for real and wasn't just like wearing a costume that their mom bought them. But you know what? I am a goofy little goober and I like dressing up, so. Speaking of, maybe on one of the impromptu streams, uh, we will have, like I said, maybe we will have some like cosplay crafts that are like actual cosplay, because I do actually really like dressing up. And I know you guys saw me do my cute little Ash cosplay, because it's all over uh my profile pictures and because I showed up here. But I have like, I don't, can you guys see the top of it? No, you can't. Over on the shelf behind me up on top, there's an Aminu wig from Spy X Family that I bought on the interwebs, so that I could be Yor, because I have a red dress that is very sweatery and similar looking, and I made myself on my sewing machine her cute little headband, and I am very craftsy, and I do like dressing up. And so, if you guys wanted, we might at some point do some cute little cosplay style crafty thingies uh on the extra stream. Again, I don't want to give you guys like worries or anything. I don't know where I was going with that. I don't want to let you guys get upsetty that I might be not doing this, cuz I will do my best to ensure that the little cat stream is always here, even if I do other stuff. But maybe we will prep some cosplays or something. Uh oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you guys liked that. Uh or uh all of the other cute little Halloween makeup stuff, or I think I wore some wig nonsense for Pride. I have all sorts of stuff for dressing up. I do really like dressing up. So, if you guys if you guys are interested in any of that, like I said, I will probably, before I add another streaming day, just do some impromptu streams and see how all of that works out. So if you want to get tuned in to when all of those are happening, I will try to put some posts up on social media about them if I'm gonna do them, but I'm not always good at remembering to do that. And I'm not totally sure how impromptu they're gonna be. I have like an ash curl on the front of my forehead today too. I didn't even do this on purpose. It's just kind of here. I keep playing with it. Uh, but uh, yeah, no, that was fun for me too. So I would wear more costumes for you guys if I had more costumes to wear. Putting them together does take some time, and like I said, putting time together for myself is hard for me. uh, and if you guys want to motivate me to sit down and do some nonsense like that with you guys, I totally will. But also, yeah, that does take some time to put together. So, if you guys want to get notified for me doing any of that, you should turn the cute little follow bell, whatever subscription notification thingy it is here on Twitch on. And sorry, I used to use the Twitch app on my phone, and I have it just like automatically notified me when people I was subscribed to were streaming without me turning whatever engagement button on. And so or I just had my settings set to that, and now there's no app uh for desktop anymore. So I just screwed that up so bad. Ha. uh but anyway, yeah, I don't know what any of that nonsense is called. Um but whatever it is, if you turn it on, uh Twitch should tell you when I'm gonna do a red shirt stream. Sounds kind of funny. Uh I I feel like that sounds like way too easy though. I mean, I could do a red shirt stream just like on here. I could just put on a red shirt and a cute little Star Trek emblem just for you guys on the drawing stream just for fun. I don't know if that would be worth doing a whole stream to make though, unless I could maybe do a stream where I make the cute little pin or something with you guys. I don't know. Show you guys how to make some like shirt pins. Shirt pins are one of those things that are like they sound like they should be really complicated, and unless you want them to be like really nice, stable like jewelry, if you just want them to be little costume pieces, they are actually super easy to do. Um so maybe that would be a thing is we could make some little pins. Uh Star Trek pins would be cool. I have okay. Uh one of my very favorite purchases that I have ever made with my own money is my very first Pride Festival. Um because I grew up in a very conservative area that didn't really have them, and I still am in a pretty conservative area. There's not really a lot of stuff where I am right now, but in the bigger cities of my state, there are like Phoenix in Arizona is like the big one for a lot of the US. Um and uh yeah, there are lots of just Pride Fest. I think Flagstaff's got a pretty big one. Phoenix is the one that I've been to. Um, but you do have to like buy a ticket and like be very prepared in advance to go to that one. because it is like a huge festival. But one of my very first ones was I got to go um with my school's uh like LGBTQ support club chapter thing, and we all had to get these big fancy permission slips signed and pay our own money and all of that stuff. But uh if you were me and you had your own money anyway, cuz I was a little poor kid, and if I hadn't had my own money, I probably wouldn't have eaten lunch a lot of days or had shoes, etc. Um so if you were me and you wanted to not eat lunch a couple of times and spend $20, um, you got to go down to this really cool Pride festival down in Phoenix, and uh, they had a pin shop there that was a bunch of different like queer, like, not like actual queer couplings, but just like people from characters and people from television just being queer for the heck of it. And I bought for like $1 this pin that is like this big around. It's a huge pin, and it has naked or shirtless. It's the top half of them. Uh, Shirtless Captain Kirk and shirtless Spock, and they're in a very sensual hug, and it's like my favorite thing that I ever bought with my own money. Pretty much, it makes me smile when I look at it, and I just think that that's so freaking, it's so fun, it's so cute, I love it so much. It's just, it pushes so many of my cute little nerd dopamine buttons. And you know, obviously the actor for one of those characters is no longer with us, and the other one is very old. So I'm not interested in either of those actors, for the record. I'm not being a weird parasocial little goober. But I have seen those characters as not people, like as image representations of people that now no longer even reflect those people, because one aged a lot since the like 20 something year old that's on my pin, and the other one is still alive, but also, is like an older, very visibly white-haired man, and not the cute little blonde on my pin. They're characters and not people to me. Uh, for the record, I don't think you should be sexualizing actual people, but my cute little character pin makes me happy, and I think that being very clear with myself and others about that distinction is important, because uh I am making that distinction on purpose, and some people do not. So don't be weirdos, but like, I think characters and char- having characters smooch for fun is fun, okay? It's a character on television. I'm not making the people smooch. I don't care about William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy showing up at my house to smooch. Like, that would be weird. That would be genuinely weird. But, you know, Captain Kirk and Spock on my cute little pin as digital characters that are no longer reflective of the people, I think that's different. Don't be weirdos. I'm trying very hard to make the distinction into now at weirdo territory, so don't be weirdos on purpose, you know? That's my soapbox, and I'm trying to decide what I want Crystal Mouse in the middle to be doing, and I think I'm just gonna have him like under a cup. I think I'm just gonna put like a plastic cup on the ground, and we'll just have like Crystal Mouse under the cup, because I have been thinking about it too long, I think now, and if I don't just draw one of the ideas in my brain, I won't draw anything. So Crystal Mouse. Yeah, yeah. Agree. Agree. Don't be weirdos on purpose. That's all. That's all. Being a weirdo on accident is just being people. And don't be weirdos to other people. You know, I'm not bothering Leonard Nimoy or William Shatner, and if either of them told me I was to my face somehow, or contacted me and was like, "Hey, I heard you say this thing," or someone related to them, obviously in the case of not William Shatner, uh like I would be very respectful of that. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I won't if it's bothering you. I don't think that I am bothering anyone. So but yeah, everybody, I I don't I don't get why people get mad about certain things. That's all. Some things are worth getting mad about, and then sometimes people are just being silly. And I think probably uh if people were gonna be mad about that one, it would be silly. Oh gosh, I got rickrolled in the pharmacy uh when I was going to take my meds because it was just, or going to pick up my meds because it was just on the overhead, and I was in line. I just had to stand there and listen to it. I can't imagine getting rickrolled in real life, guys. That was me. And this is coming out so cute. Wow. Here. I'm gonna move the camera real quick, so if you don't want to watch, I'll tell you in a second. But I'm gonna scoot it closer because I want you guys to see the cute little details on my cute little crystal mouse. 'Cause I think it came out super good. Um, okay. Uh, yeah, you guys are good. You can look back even if you don't want to see stuff move now, because I won't move it. But look at that. It's so stinking cute. We could name the crystal mouse Con. Um, or we could name it Tribble. Uh, I, I'm gonna name it Tribble. It's named Tribble now. But if you guys want to name our red shirt is still just red shirt. If you guys want to give him a name, since we're not gonna watch his episode, I think that's probably fine if he has a name. Yeah, Tribbles are trouble. That's why he's under a cup. Can't let him out. If he gets out, it'll be a problem. Also, for people that aren't goofy little nerds and are still watching me, Tribbles are basically like space rabbits. Uh, they're little fluff balls and they reproduce really fast. And unlike rabbits, they really don't need very much substance, and the things that they can eat are vast. So imagine rabbit termites, and that's a triple. They're goofy, and they are trouble. But also, asteroid crystal mouse in the ship sounds like it's probably trouble too, so. Alright, guys, I think we'll have to name our red shirt, and I am gonna let everybody, including myself, go after that, but we have to give him a cool name. Captain Kirk, Cat, and our red shirt. I mean, we're not gonna. I promise I will draw his episode. Actually, I don't promise. I hate that I said that. I'm so sorry. I every time I make promises, it makes me feel like I'm doing more work than I am. So even if I know I'm gonna do something, I hate promising doing it because then it feels like obligation, and I have demand avoidance. Apparently, that's a thing. Um, but I had thought it sounded fun to draw his episode, so I might. Uh, and if we had an episode for him, we wouldn't watch the end anyway. So I think it's fine if we name the red shirt. But I also don't know what even is a good name for a Star Trek red shirt. Uh, because they all have like, because I mean, all of the, I don't know, they just all have very different kinds of names. Like all of the people on the, like, the captain usually has some basic white guy name, and then the navigator usually has like an English sounding name that is just goofy and exotic sounding because they're the navigator. Or uh they all have very, but the red shirts, I feel like most of the time don't even get like basic names. Like they're not even like you or anything usually. So I'm not sure what we should name him. We could also just call him the red shirt. We don't have to give him a name if we know what's happening to him. We know what's happening to the red shirts. I, I didn't mean to. Uh I'm not good at tone. I think another very that's another spot where I'm very surprised that it is only in the last few years that anybody told me that my brain was a little bit goofy, because I guess people just assumed I was being a butthole or something before. because nobody ever told me that my tone sounded as off as it does. Uh but I just okay, okay. Good. Right, they're called, oh gosh, that is how you spell it. Is it Yauman? Is that how you say that? Is that, I don't remember. It's been a minute since I heard. Maybe I'll have to rewatch Star Trek, guys. There's so much content there. And there's ghouls and aliens and tech stuff, you know. Maybe I'll have to just Olsen is a good one though. Basic background character name. Sorry if your name is Olsen and I just made you feel bad. I swear you can be the main character in a different episode. Um right now you're gonna be the red shirt. Yeoman. Like yeoman or yeoman. Well, I will label them correctly anyway. Oh, okay. Don't. I'm gonna I'm gonna do a pun. I'm so sorry. Uh, it's so good. Fluffy Taz is infecting me with dad jokes, I think. I told you guys I'm very influenceable. What have you done? What have you done? Now there's dad jokes right there on the page and I wrote them all by myself. Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. Oh, I missed a message. I did not see. Have I ever watched? I don't. I don't even know what that is, so probably not. Yeah, thanks. He's so cute. They're both so cute. Kitty Captain Kirk. And Tribble. Oh no, I do know what that is though. Um, I haven't watched. I haven't watched that one, but I do know of that now that you have written it out full form for me. Uh, sorry, I'm terrible at acronyms too. It makes it really difficult for me to have real conversations about pop culture references, so apologies if that's more than obvious. But yeah, no, I do actually know that one. I haven't seen it though. I have heard other people say things about it, and other people have suggested to me that it was maybe kind of up my alley, but kind of a thing that I might enjoy. I hadn't seen it though. This is so cute, and I think I have taken up probably plenty of everybody's time, and I took so long drawing this actually. Whoops, but it came out so adorable. I hope you guys really, really liked all of the cute little space cats, because I really like all the space cats. Uh, Maybe I will think of something else to do with the cats next time, just because, you know, three space cats in a row seems like I'm doing a thing. Uh, which I don't mean to be, so I just thought it would be fun to do again this week. So I will think of something else to do next week, but I hope you guys liked these because I thought they were super fun, and thank you so much for letting me steal all of your suggestions and for all of your sweet comments. I really appreciate you guys. Uh, you guys are always so nice to me, and thank you so much for hanging out today. It really is super motivating to have you guys sitting here while I do all of my cute little art stuff and try to, you know, be professional about drawing cat comics. Uh, you guys are really cool. I appreciate all of you, even the little lurkers, even the little people that say nothing, all of you first time chatters and follows, and every single one of you is awesome. And if you want to see anything that isn't this uh very hopefully very regular art stream that I have been doing, oh gosh, I think it's gonna be coming up on a year of really regular streams with you guys. That's crazy. Uh yeah, as so many. We've been doing a lot, and if you guys want to see me do anything else that I've already put up, like I said, go ahead and look at my card. My little bio thingy has a link tree in it, and all of those links should be updated. Somebody said that they were all working, so I can't imagine they have broken in the last hour. Uh, But if they're broken by the time you see this, because you're not watching it live right now, go ahead and ping me wherever I'm at. That's almost certainly still the best place to find all my links. And if it's not, this is probably really, really old, because I don't see that changing anytime soon. Or something terrible happened, which, hopefully it doesn't. So, yeah, that should be the best place for everything that isn't this. And if you guys want to find something that isn't this specific stream from me, I will probably start doing some cute little impromptu things. Probably we'll play some video games, or we'll do some other crafts, or we'll just kind of more casually hang out so that you guys can get some more of me yammering without me also trying to pay attention to the drawing part, and you guys can see some of me doing other stuff because I really appreciate you guys and you seem to want more of me for some reason. And I am still a little flabbergasted by all of that, but I really appreciate it. And since you've asked, I will try and do some more streams and go ahead and turn the little notification thing on because I probably won't plan those anytime soon, but I will maybe try to do a couple of them. So if you want to get the notification on whenever I'm doing the impromptu ones, go ahead and turn on that little notification thingy, and I will try to change uh the notification thing for when I'm doing those. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. These were so fun, and thank you guys for all of the engagement that you do everywhere, and I really appreciate all of that. Thank you so much for the people that have gone to my link tree and checked out things like my Redbubble stickers, which are all available for you guys there to buy some of my cute little designs if you want to support me. That is super sweet of you guys, and if you want to support me directly, there is also some information there about how to tip me on the stream and how to put some money into my wallet directly if you want to do that because you really like these cats and you want to let me buy paper or something. I appreciate all of you guys. And yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me whenever day this is. If you're watching after the fact on YouTube or something, let me know if you guys want to see something specific from me on one of those other streaming days. And if not, go ahead and turn that notification thing on in case you want to see whatever random nonsense I pick without you. Let me know wherever I'm at if you guys have other ideas. It's been super fun, and I will leave these cats on the end screen for you guys. I hope you guys all have a very lovely week. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you guys all next week. Bye.